All right, good morning and welcome to the first Economic Development Committee meeting. Good to have you all here. And we've got quite a big day and quite a few externals, so we're going to try and work to their times. If there are a lot of questions, I might limit it to 2 and come back, just so we get some equity around the table. And also, we might have to finish off questions and come back for the debate, depending on other externals that we've got waiting. So just appreciate your flexibility in advance on that. Also, Mia Paula just said at morning tea, Sean Hickey's just going to come and speak to us in the tea room just for 5-10 minutes, just as an update on Thursday's meeting in terms of some of the formattal process he's got in plan for that. So, any apologies this morning? I've got one from Margaret.
One for Councillor Gallagher for lateness. He's running 10 minutes late.
Thank you. And you mentioned one? Thanks,
and
Sarah.
We also have one from Councillor O'Leary.
Very good. Confirmation of agenda.
Can we move in second?
Yeah, sorry, I'll move. Apologies. Seconded by Councillor Ewan. Question, Councillor Dave?
I want to know why the last issue under PX, Public Excluded, which is titled the Letter of Expectation to Waikato Regional Airport Limited, is not in the public part of the agenda, given that the issue is a matter of council policy and that other elements to do with the letter of intent, current letter of intent, for instance, are in the airport's report to the public part of the agenda. So while I can't move that it be shifted to the public because I'm not a member of the committee, I believe I can ask for an explanation as to why that needs to be in public excluded.
Sure. Sean, do you want to speak to that?
Yes, thank you, Chair. Look, the reason for suggesting it go into PX was simply because of the nature of the conversation that might come out on that particular item. But, Chair, I'm quite happy for it to go into open if you see fit.
Okay, so what we might do is bring that into public, but with regard to, where's the item? Item 8, we'll take the reports and move that. We just need to work out where we're going to do it for timing, but yeah, take your point. Thank you. Okay, confirmation of agenda. Do you move that?
I'll second it.
Moved. Seconded by Councillor Ewan. Any declarations of interest? None. Public forum? None. On to Chair's report. Item 5. I'll take it as read. Essentially just really an aspirational introduction to the potential that lies in this committee. Not particularly wanting to get into any detail, but happy to take questions. Okay, moved by myself.
I've got a question that I wanted to ask, Chair. I know that you and your Deputy Councillor Wilson have been caucusing quite a bit with local business and business leaders over the last few months, and I congratulate you on doing that. In terms of those discussions, are you getting any sort of feedback that that there are some negative signs out there, given that Hamilton is currently has a prohibition around the consenting for wet industries?
I haven't had that hasn't come up at all in any of the conversations so far.
Okay, and no sort of suggestion that because of that or other reasons, Hamilton might not currently be open for business for those wishing to either establish, relocate or expand here?
No, quite the opposite. It's been a very positive engagement, and business is really excited about the prospects of Hamilton and the stance that this council is taking in terms of engagement. So it's been really good.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Mia Paula.
Thank you. Subject to that thing, I just want to add that post that workshop, Eva, Lisa and team, and they did a full response to the water questions raised by the Waikato Times. There have been no businesses at this point in time who have been turned away due to water requests. and there is every possibility that it could come to council for an extra water supply if necessary. It's all a matter of process, really. So I wouldn't expect there to be any negative impact at this time. It does mean, though, if a particularly thirsty business came to Hamilton or wanted to come to Hamilton, we'd have to have a conversation about that.
Thank you. Mangai Te Pora.
Morena Chair, just from your Chair report, I note that there's a pathway in there around achieving economic success, talking about cultural, social and environmental considerations, yet none of the reports actually provide any comment on the four wellbeings. And so just seeking some clarity around that, and if that's something that we would expect going into the rest of the meetings.
Absolutely. The other reports were mandated to touch on them from a council lens, but I'm just alluding to the fact that, and I gave an example around the zoo, for example, from an economic, but it also touches on environmental, cultural and social aspects, and just really flagging that as Chair and Deputy Chair, we're cognizant of the need to address those four wellbeings.
Oh, absolutely. And I'm glad that they are in the report. It's more that the staff papers don't reflect any of the four wellbeings as we would expect them. There's commentary that we need to take it into consideration, yet there's nothing in there. There's no content.
Do you want me to take that? Thank you for the question, and I think you make a really relevant point. And I think that from a staff perspective, we've got much better at including the wellbeing stuff and stuff that's coming from council. But what I'm happy to do is have those conversations with our external friends and colleagues, and make sure that that is a more obvious part of their reports going forward.
Thank you.
It's a good point, and I'd encourage you also, if you see a particular paper where you feel that's lacking, do bring that up and challenge that. Thank you. Okay, I'll move. Chair's report be received. Sorry.
Just a comment in debate. Is that
Oh, yeah. Okay, well, I'll move it. Councillor Ewan, happy to second. We'll go to debate.
Thank you. Just want to say thank you to you and Ewan for the amount of work that you're doing and about that. It's an impressive list of organisations that you've got around, and the majority of them called me and let me know you've been, and that it was a really productive and positive conversation. I'm really interested going forward as to how we attack those, you used the word silos in your Chair's report, how we attack those silos, how we focus on aspects of partnership with each individual organisation that's of significance that you've listed, how we agree on a course of action, because the world of economics is very huge, and there is so many things that we can do, Councillor Hamilton, and I'm looking for your guidance coming into the long-term plan about where we put our priority focus, because, you know, you could throw a lot of money into economic investment into our community, but where will we as Hamilton City Council place our focus? And I'm looking forward with your further conversations to be able to inform the LTP in that way. So thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Paula. Those for, any against? Carried. Great, I'd like to welcome up our guests Peter Stubbs and Calvin French to present item 6 on WLAS.
Worship. Mr Deputy Chairman, I think it's probably 25 years since you and I last met. I have to say that you and I are probably looking slightly worse for wear and tear as a result of those intervening years. Councillors, thank you for the opportunity to speak with you today. You've been provided with a copy of the company's Statement of Intent and half-yearly report, and Calvin's more than happy to answer detailed questions about that at the end. But I want to take the opportunity to introduce myself, since I'm fairly new in the role, to speak to the company's transformation, how we're going to do things differently, and importantly, what it means for your council. My family is heavily invested in the success of this region, and there's a simple reason why. It's because we've been here a hell of a long time. My mum's family came here in 1865 to this region. My dad's family came to the region in 1880. And my whole family lives in the region. My mother lives in Hauraki District, my sister lives in Thames Coromandel, I have another sister in Hamilton City, and I have a brother in Waipa. And after serving a 44-year sentence in Auckland, my wife and I sold our house last week and are moving back home to the Waikato in May. So because of that heavy investment in the region, it's one of the reasons I took the job, but the other reason is the clarity of the opportunity. I spent 21 years in local governance across multiple CCOs across the country, and clarity of role is unusual. And what I like is, I like this company's vision. Its vision is for Waikato councils to be working together in the best way possible for the collective benefit of them and their communities, which means less burden on ratepayers, happier communities and council staff, and more effective councils. Now, our aims are set out in the Statement of Intent, but fundamentally, WLAS exists to do three things. First of all, to create effectiveness and efficiency gains for you, the shareholders. Secondly, to help increase the influence of the region. And thirdly, to help shareholders provide a better customer experience. Now, Mr. Chairman, I know that you're fond of talking about breaking down silos, and I couldn't think of a better way to segue into what it is that WLAS does, because it's really an opportunity to think regionally without boundaries and to help councils use that thinking to act locally to improve the well-being of their communities. So thinking regionally means that rather than individual councils trying to solve their problems individually, LAS can help them work them out with the costs of that spread, while still allowing local choice as to whether to implement solutions locally. Now, over the years of its existence, the organisation's done a pretty good job, but much more can be done to fully grasp the company's potential. I am the son of farmers. I'm a risk taker. I like to get stuff done, and I'm direct. And when I was hired, the board said it wanted to undertake transformative projects at pace. So I am going to drive the organisation as hard and as fast as possible, and my board has committed to support that as well. We are going to look to be more bold and more disruptive in terms of helping you transform how you and other Waikato councils operate. And we won't be afraid of failing, and by that I mean recognising an opportunity is not worth pursuing. I very much believe that if you're going to fail, you want to fail fast and cheap. So with that in mind, the work program for the next year to 18 months has got three elements to it. The first are some key strategic projects which are set out in the papers that you've got, which we'll be advancing as fast as possible. The second is some business as usual projects, and the third is what I call creative destruction, which is really a pretty hard look at some of the projects that we're working on to see whether we should actually stop doing them. Now, you may ask, where are the ideas going to come from to help transform the region after we've worked through the current strategic projects that we've got in mind? And the answer is three sources. First of all, it's the chief executives that sit around not only my board, but also the chief executive forum across the region. Second group is the CFOs. And the third group is effectively staff at every level of every council across the region, because I'm sure you're all aware of that old saying that if you want a factory to run better, you talk to the people on the factory floor. So it's fundamental to the success of this organisation that we seem to be making progress month by month. So that's exactly what we're going to be tracking, and we're also going to be improving the quality of our communications to make sure that key council staff are updated. I've told my board colleagues that they and their fellow CEOs are the difference between LAS succeeding and failing, because they are the ones who will dictate the resourcing and prioritisation and cooperation that is accorded to LAS projects. Without their total commitment, LAS will fail, but LAS's success will be their success. So what does that mean for your council and, more importantly, for your communities? The first is, there are 4 points. The first is, you should consider this organisation, LAS, as an extension of your aspiration to be a high-performing council. We are both at a point of time of transformation. We both have a role to play in providing solutions to the high-growth region of the Waikato. We both recognise the need to do more with less to drive cost out of local councils. We both want to ensure that nationally the Waikato region punches above its weight by showing that the region is capable of providing joined-up services across the region. We both want to improve the well-being of the Hamilton community. Indeed, that's an essential part of our vision. Secondly, as an organisation, we're not, as I said, limited by boundaries. We're tasked with thinking regionally to enable you to act better locally. And the opportunities to work with you and your companion councils across the region to achieve your aspirations are, I think, boundless. Thirdly, by necessity, because it's a very thinly resourced organisation, it needs external resource to achieve its outcomes. You'll therefore see that the initiatives will require upfront investment from you to achieve mid to long-term savings, and that investment will be in the form of either money or council staff time. Finally, if LASS is to be successful, it's essential that David Bryant, who is your appointed director to the board, is supported by the council to achieve what LASS is trying to achieve. Now, I just want to take a moment, if I could. David's coming onto the board and Blair Bowcroft is coming off. I just want to take a moment to record the appreciation of the board for the fantastic work that Blair did as a board member, tremendously committed to the LASS project, and David has very big shoes to fill, but I'm happy to say that David has come out of the blocks very quickly, and I've been hugely impressed with the contribution that he's already made. There's obviously, because of your size, a really important leadership role for Hamilton City Council to play across the region. But you'll equally be aware that your relationship is a bit like Australia, New Zealand and Canada and USA. There's always this fine balance, isn't there, between leadership and domination and leadership and mastery. So thank you for the opportunity to come and speak with you. We look forward to delivering value to your city and to your communities and to your support to enable it to do so. Kelvin and I are more than happy to take questions. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, I'll start with a few. Thank you for that presentation, and great to see that we're in good hands. Page 15, just you mentioned in the report expanding the Rata service, historically focused on roading, into waters assets. Can you just expand a little bit on that?
Thank you, Councillor. So, yeah, look, this was approved as a business case by the board in September last year, and essentially we're looking to mirror what we've done in the roadings area, particularly around effective asset management and providing more accurate analysis and data on the roading assets and to enable you to make better decisions, and applying that in a water space as well.
Okay, and on page 16 you talk about central government investment and engagement with Waikato is increased. Enable the Waikato councils to collectively be more effective as a region on the national stage, contribute to building central government's confidence in our region, etc. There's something we're quite hot on at the moment. Can you just expand on that and I guess ensure us that you're doing it in collaboration and we're all on the same page and those sorts of things?
Yeah, look, to be honest, I think that's something that we can do a lot better, and it's something that we want to increase going forward, obviously. I mean, we've got a voice, a Hamilton City voice around the board table, so I have no doubt that we're completely aligned in terms of what your aspirations are and influencing central government. We just, as said at the mayoral forums, speak often and speak the same message over and over again, and LASS is very supportive of doing that. So we just want to be a part of that.
Fantastic. And just on page 25, under Waikato Building Consent Group, is this regarding the new law, end of June, where there's more self-assessment on builders?
Excuse me 1 moment.
You talk about you've developed a common quality assurance system.
Yeah, look, so, I mean, it's not specifically related to that. So historically we have, that function has performed quality assurance ahead of independent audits that are undertaken by each of the councils, and so we want to continue that work and essentially improve it. that group, to be fair, has been in a bit of a hiatus over the last 12 months as we've looked to find a replacement for the staff member that left in April. But we've recently appointed someone into a strategic development role there, and the advisory group's very, very pleased with that appointment and very excited about the opportunity in that entire area, including from a LAS perspective, it being one of our priority projects to consider building consenting more generally. Do you want to?
Could I make an additional point, Mr. Chairman? I'm a private sector guy, so for me, looking at this from an economic development framework, I see it very much as an opportunity to gain a competitive advantage as a region, which is that if you're a developer, the best case scenario, I think, would be that no matter where you go in the Waikato region, you're going to get a similar kind of experience in terms of the building consent process. Now, of course, it's subject to different plans, but the idea and the opportunity, I think, is to create effectively a virtual building consenting team across the region to provide a more attractive environment for investors and developers.
Thank you. Councillor Day.
Thanks. Just thinking about the transport rata and the regional transport model, those transport-related issues, after Three Waters, that's the biggest single item for councils generally. One of the moves the current government signalled and our council's been involved in for a long time is public transport and active transport. I'm just wanting to check that your rata technical team, if that's the best word for it, is looking at things like the infrastructure needed for those two areas, cycleways, bus stops, bus lanes and things like that. I know you don't do the construction and so forth, but the design works are looking at consistency. A lot of those networks connect Hamilton with outside areas, for instance, so the synchronisation is quite important. So that's one question. I had another one, perhaps if I ask it now, just the, sorry, no, I'll wait for that, I know you.
So at the moment, those things aren't being considered by RATA, and that's not to say that they shouldn't be, but it's just not part of our current service delivery. You'll be or may be aware of the RITS documentation. So I am aware that in terms of cycleways, etc., there is some discussion at the moment going on around how we incorporate that into the RITS document to get some consistency across the councils. But I'm certainly happy to take that back to the RATA people and see whether it makes sense for that to occur through there.
That would be handy, and I suppose we can always send our nominee on the board along with some instructions there. The other one relates to the regional transport model that has been used to predict transport traffic growth and that, but in the city we've found it unsuccessful because it's not localised enough. It looks at bigger picture, whereas our growth isn't even necessarily across the whole city, it's in different parts, and that how you may not know the answer, I'm interested in how granular the network is, so whether it's actually going to be helpful to us or just so big picture that it doesn't inform our needs in particular sections of the city.
Yeah, look, you're right. I don't specifically know the answer to that in terms of how granular it goes, and I apologise for that. What I can say is that during the course of this year, we're actually going to go out to market and look to renew and redo that model. And so again, I'd encourage perhaps through your board rep or directly through to me if there's feedback that would be helpful for Hamilton City in terms of what that model is showing, where we can add value, then we can incorporate that into the procurement process if it makes sense to do so.
Yep, that'd be good. Thanks. Thank you.
Good morning, councillors. If I can just possibly add a comment to an earlier question that the chair asked, and sorry I didn't get a chance to get up to the table. You talked about both waters but also government advocacy, and I think this is an important point to understand the role of WLAS and where it fits in with the wider ecosystem of other collaborative initiatives in the Waikato. And Mayor Paula and I attended a Mayoral Forum retreat a couple of weeks ago where a number of these matters came up, including waters and including working with the government. So the WLAS is a critically important part of that. And I guess the opportunity is how we make sure that the initiatives of LAS are joined up with other initiatives that are going on through the Waikato, so that things such as our discussions with the government are all across one umbrella story. And in the case of waters, the role of Waikato LAS is understood with regards to other initiatives in the water space, such as our Future-Proof 3 water study, the recent cabinet paper on waters, and other discussions that are occurring, such as Waikato working with Watercare. So what I will be doing with my role in the CEO Forum is making sure that the work of LAS and Kelvin's team is joined up with some of those other initiatives. So as a Waikato, we have one joined up voice. And so, for example, in the water space, that we are talking with our neighbouring councils, our stakeholders, iwi and the government around one emerging view or direction for waters in the Waikato. Because as we understand it, 3 waters in the Waikato is a key and element of enabling growth. And we're a high growth area, so we have to work this through. So the LAS is a critical part of the story, but there are other parts that are also doing some work in the space, and so we need to make sure we join that up.
I'll come to you next, Mayor Paul. I just wanted another question that flows into that. Waikato One View, which is referred to in the report, I assume that's all part of that, talking to and inputting into future-proof and H2A, etc.
It's actually something slightly different. So we have a roadmap in place around geospatial information for the entire region. And you may recall that we launched Waikato Data Portal in April last year. Waikato One View is the next phase to that journey, and it is about having a single geospatial viewer for the entire region of particular data sets. So at the moment, Hamilton City will have particular data sets, geospatial data sets, that won't look and feel the same way as other councils. So it's how do we, for the benefit of your community, make that look and feel exactly the same across boundaries. So it's actually geospatial specific at the moment.
Wouldn't that be key to our forming our metrospatial plan, which is developing and has to be?
Yeah, it can certainly feed part of that, feed into it.
Thank you. Mayor Paula.
Now, down the line, some of my questions have been answered, and Blair did talk to a point I was going to make. I'll just ask the few remaining bits. The building cluster, which was one of the first things that got underway, recognising their need to that still exists around a wider community to do things better from a point of view of consenting and streamlining business around building. How's that going from it's no longer in formation, it's now in full flow as a project? Where's the next set of improvements for that one? And then I have another question.
You look at, as I mentioned earlier, it has been in a little bit of hiatus, but we've had this new person appointed now to the role, and comes from LINZ with a change management background. The LAS board and LAS see that whole building consenting area as critically important to the councils across the region. All the councils are screaming in terms of capability and capacity, and so there is what we refer to as an initial discovery of what the opportunity might be, what's the size of the prize, and how what's the particular area that we should be focusing on to extract most value with that consenting unit. But with that, I mean, I don't like to jump to solutions, but from what I hear around the tables that I sit at, there is absolutely no doubt that something fundamentally has to change to the way that councils are operating in that area for it to be sustainable for the future.
So I presume from the opening comments about transformation at pace, I think that's what I heard the words you used. So that is an area that you're looking. It did start. It did lead the way. It's like you say, it's gone into hiatus, and there's residual discontent in the communities that we serve around being able to get business done swiftly. That's an area of key focus, is it?
Absolutely.
Key focus.
Key focus, thank you. In terms of the energy one, that's interesting, an interesting new area, as is the carbon management. Are you still in the business case stage of that, or are you?
No, so a new program got underway as of July last year. And I know that Martin Lynch, so LAS contracts Martin Lynch, who looks after Hamilton City in that regard and does an awful lot of work for Hamilton City. Yeah, so I mean it's already in flight essentially. I would like to do more in that area.
Yeah,
but,
so an area I'd like to understand more about how we work in that energy efficiency and energy transformation. Technology and all the things that are changing so fast. Last question, Mr. Chair. It sort of goes along the lines of what the commentary that Blair gave around how do we fit in with government's priorities. And you're talking about LAS moving more into the water space and acknowledging the partnership that we're going to try and pursue with Waikato District and Waipa. But outside of that, in terms of the big elephant in the room as far as water goes, which is stormwater, and our ability to deliver government's stormwater requirements, has LAS got a view on that, or how quickly we move through that space?
Not at this stage.
Okay. It's just such a hard one for us to solve, isn't it?
I think Mayor Paula, clearly that is part of that, probably that wider macro picture. The LAS statement of intent refers to initiatives underway both in terms of, as Kelvin said, in the rata space in terms of asset management for waters, 3 waters, and that's across all 3 waters. And then we do have an existing shared services arrangement with Waikato and Waipa in terms of laboratory, water alert levels, trade waste. So it's exploring whether that can expand. I think what you're referring to is the macro government reform, which is really looking at how 3 waters are delivered in a service delivery model, but also the regulatory side. So the regulatory side is happening through the legislation. The service delivery side is a macro conversation. We'll be having a conversation about that at Council Monday week, 16th of March at a briefing. So, but that's certainly something that we've been on that journey before with the CCO discussions. LAS may have a role there, but there's lots of other elements to consider.
Well, I think my question is it's important. Well, no, I was going to go into a comment then and just say it's important that all parts of the puzzle of solving the same challenge. And the challenge we have is wastewater and stormwater in particular going forward. Something we share as local government.
And stormwater has a strong correlation to transport as well, so there's they fit into 2 camps. Thank you.
Fantastic. Are there any other questions? Do we have a mover? Thanks, Mark. Seconded by Mangai Te Pora. Any debate? Any against? Sorry, Rob.
Thank you, Chair. Well, thanks, at last, I'm inspired by the direction of travel for LAS. In the years that I've been on council, I've seen LAS as a bit of a sleeping giant, and Kelvin's referred many times in the question time about the hiatus that LAS is now emerging from. And I've always thought LAS could create some huge benefits, huge ratepayer benefits. For all of those shareholder councils, particularly those who want to subscribe to the projects that are being undertaken. It's almost the business side or the DUI side of the mayoral forum, and I'd like to see that progress continue. I'm inspired also by or pleased to hear of the aspirations and the targets that are now in focus, and that you have a target of transformation at pace, which will be good when you come back in 6 months' time and tell us what you've managed to achieve in the next 6 months. It seems to me too that we've got good governance and management in place, and that also augurs well for the direction of travel. I know one of the biggest challenges will be managing the tensions that exist between the member councils, but I'm sort of signing off this debate, wishing you the best of luck, and looking forward to the progress and achievements going forward with LAS. Thank you.
Yeah, look, thanks, Mr. Chairman. Look, my comments are similar to Rob's, and to the point that I'm quite excited about the opportunities for LAS and what we can do going forward. You know, we often talk about growth funding growth, and we realise now that our ratepayers are needing efficiencies out of everything we do. And we do that best when we do that cooperatively with our partners in local government. And there are lots of examples where we probably haven't cooperated as well as we should have in the past, and I'm hoping that the type of work that you're going to do is going to enable us to perform better on behalf of all of the ratepayers that make up the current ownership equity of LAS. So I think there'll be a lot of people looking, Peter, at how we do this, and no pressure, but I'm excited to see how that progresses in the next 18 months.
Yeah, I'd just like to add and echo what's been said. It's refreshing to hear the clarity of purpose that's coming through today, and appreciating there's been a restructure in the last 12 months and those sorts of things. So all the best. All the best to Mr. Bryant, who's got big shoes to fill. And thank you also to Blair for the work you've done and continue to do in this space. Is there any other debate? Those in favour? Any against? Carried unanimously. Thank you, gentlemen. We're on to item 7. Welcome our guests, Barry Harris and Stuart Gordon. Item 7, we're in your hands.
Morning, Chair. Just self-activated.
Just push it once.
Yep. Should know my way around here, shouldn't I? Always a pleasure to join you folks in the big room. Chance for us just to present our half-yearly report, the performance of Food Waikato. And we'll just take the maximum opportunity to answer any questions that you've got. A couple of opening observations from me. The organisation is doing well. It was great to host a few of the committee out at Innovation Park the other day, just to show what we're doing. The premise behind Food Waikato really is to provide opportunities for smart new innovations in food processing to generate market level product, put it into the workplace, into the marketplace, and prove the economic value of it before they go out and before they leave home and go and spend their money on significant capital investments. That's going well. We've had a few challenges this year with some of our clients, but that will always be the case given the nature of it. But demand from new companies remains strong. It's very positive. And the only other comment that I'd make, Chair, is as you will be aware, we're about to complete the construction of the second dryer out there under Melody Dairies, which has got a real focus on sheep milk products, and again, very exciting. Stuart may talk a little bit more about that, but that's coming in well and under budget, which is good to see. So can I hand over quickly to Stuart just to hit a couple of highlight bullet points, and then we'll throw it open for questions.
Firstly, this year we're travelling along with budget, and that's good. Our factory is full right up to the end of the financial year, which is 30th of June. So we're expecting to be on budget at year end. So that's the good news. Then to the statement of intent, I just want to highlight a couple of points. Firstly, as far as our achievements to date, on page 3, last year we have to date had over $263,000 worth of export, $263 million worth of exports out of our plant. And capital spent in the region, around $253 million on farms, etc., within the region. And this year, of course, there's going to be a major increase. As Barry had said, we aim to complete the Melody Partnership Dairy Plant in May 2020, and commercial production starts at that date. As a result of that, we're able to drop the costs within Food Waikato as we share the costs of management, and that's built into our budget with over $1 million worth of shared services money coming back into Food Waikato. The only other thing I'd like to highlight is the budget each year. We see a drop in the numbers from 300 we're expecting days of production, which is extremely high for a dairy factory, to 275, and that's because the sheep milk industry is effectively transferring from Food Waikato plant to the Melody Dairy plant, and we'll then have to attract other customers in, but that's an opportunity, and that's what we're here about. We end up with a result, a budget net profit after tax, more or less in line with what we achieved this year, even though those days have decreased. So with that, Mr. Chairman, I just hand it over for questions.
Councillor Mark.
Thank you, and good result. Hey, just over the last few months, have you been affected by events of the coronavirus, or are you pretty well insulated?
Well, we are makers of infant formula. In fact, what's happening, our customers are demanding more production days. It's a key thing for the Chinese, infant formulas, trust around local formulas versus the imported formulas. So those that are established, especially online, and have the systems in place, are actually being rewarded, and one of our clients is one of those, so we have problems, we don't have enough days.
Right, so it's working the other way for you. Thank you.
Thanks. Stuart, just on your statement of intent, page 56, I don't know if it's just the way I'm reading it, but in the second bullet point, I'm sort of channeling Gary Mallett here a little bit, but you talk about a minority 10%, and then it drops down to an 11%, but I think you're talking about the same thing. Is that just a typo? Because it talks about the same $1.67 million investment.
Yes, it's 11% is
Okay.
what we own.
Also, page 57 on our report, which is I think it's the last page, or second to last page. Under 2021 to 22, you talk about a projected earnings of $65 million to the regional economy, and then 21 to 22, it's the same date range. And you talk about $80 million to the regional economy. Am I reading that?
Probably the effect of Melody Dairies coming in. I'm just struggling to find the page because we don't have the same reference.
So I think it's page 4 of your report.
$65 to million. Yeah, that's what it'll be. It'll be a combination of Melody Dairies and also an increase in amount of infant formulas as against making whole milk powders. We do convert goat milk into whole milk powders, and what we're finding, people are going more to value added. So you're actually bringing a whole lot extra stuff in and adding to the value of that product that leaves the plant.
Yeah, increasing your margin for the same days. Okay, but it still refers to 2021, 2022. Is that meant to be that way? Those two date ranges are the same?
Down here, sorry, that should be the 22, 23 should be the last one.
Okay.
Yep.
All right, thank you. Are there any other questions? There? Yep.
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to go back to the covering staff report in regards to the item, and just in section 8 of the report, we've noted just the resolution that Council passed back at the time when we actually sold our shareholding in Waikato Innovation Park Limited, and of course New Zealand Food was separated out, and we now own it as we now own it. Obviously, Council at that time indicated a desire to conduct a review of our ownership in the park, and that opportunity is this year for us to do that in terms of their shareholding in New Zealand Food. I would note that we are a 70% owner of New Zealand Food. The other 30% is owned by Callaghan Innovation, a government agency. So we'll be working with Callaghan to undertake a strategic review of the park's activities and I guess the wider economic story before any considerations, options come before this committee along with Callaghan around the pathway into the future. And I've been talking extensively with Chair Barry and CEO Stewart around how that process could work. But the first thing is to really, as shareholders, stand back and understand what our ownership is and what value it's delivering for Hamilton and Waikato economy, and then our options into the future. So that's the process that we will start. What I would say is that we went through a similar exercise before we sold our holdings in Waikato Innovation Park. We'll bring those learnings from that process to this process here. With a entity such as New Zealand Food, with the government having an investment, there are certain expectations and obligations that come with the government's 30% shareholding, and we need to really understand what those also mean in terms of options for the future. So just signalling for the committee that whilst our shareholding is as it is now, you do have a resolution for us to stand back and just have a good look at it, and we intend to do that this year, working with the board and the management team.
Thanks, Blair. Any questions? We'll move into debate. Is there any, actually need a move or second it? Moved by Councillor Ewan, seconded by Mayor Paula. Any debate?
Very briefly, Mr. Chair. Look, I feel it's important to reflect on this item where it all came from, because as an Economic Development Committee of Council, I'm excited at the opportunities that may be presented as part of our activities. And what we have here is something that had evolved from when this council last had an Economic Development Committee. And too often you hear of the bad decisions of council, the decisions where we get it wrong, where this is one of the opportunities to actually celebrate where this council and the council staff, we got it right. And we got it right when we got involved with Innovation Park, and we got it right when we got involved with New Zealand Foods. And our ratepayers are benefiting from that involvement. And in this particular case, the region's economy is benefiting from these activities. So I just wanted to highlight the fact that this is exciting. This stemmed from earlier attempts, and I just wanted to reiterate that this is one of the good ones which we got it right. And the staff should be congratulated for that. And the politicians that were in place at the time should also be acknowledged for the bold decisions they took and the current ratepayers, and we are enjoying that benefit.
Well said, Councillor Ewan, and I gave you guys a good acknowledgement in my chair's report too, and certainly you're a good example of a project done well, and I certainly concur with Councillor Ewan. If there's no other debate, we'll go to the vote. Against? Carried unanimously. Thank you, gentlemen. We'll move to item 8. Could we just get that motion up on the board for item 8, the staff recommendation as it currently sits? Okay, we're good for time. So as talked about earlier, we'll attempt to carry on with the staff recommendation as it lies, as in to receive the 2 reports and discuss. No, we won't. We'll move that because we'll drop off B, the statement of intent, because of sequencing. Some elected members have expressed concern that we should agree on our statement of intent or input before we accept the board's statement of intent. So we're going to drop off B. Do we have a... that we receive the reports?
Yep.
Okay. Seconded by Mark. Okay, so that's sort of the lay of the land. I welcome our guests again, Mr. Chair, Barry Harris, and see Mark Morgan.
Thank you, Chair. Very efficient putting the 2 together. Again, it's great to be here to present to you our half-yearly report for Waikato Regional Airport Limited. Just a couple of observations before I hand over to Mark, our Chief Executive. Things are going well with some interesting challenges. I think we've reported to you before that we are commencing a major refurbishment of our terminal at the airport and some structural strengthening issues associated with that, and that'll be a major focus for us over the next 18 months. 18 months. Passenger numbers have been growing nicely, putting some strain on some infrastructure, but that's a good problem to have. I'll be interested to hear from Mark whether we're seeing the effect of COVID-19 yet, because I haven't had a chance to catch up with him. But certainly to this point, we've been getting year on year about 10% growth in passenger numbers. For those of us that fly around in 80 hours around the country, we realise that there's very seldom a spare seat anymore. So we're interested to see what Air New Zealand does about that. Our property program has really kicked in the last couple of years after a very, very slow start at the airport, and there's a lot of strong interest and good commercial opportunities associated with our property portfolio out there, which is going very, very well. We've recently completed the refurbishment of the hotel, which we purchased recently and revamped from a pretty basic motel into a very classy 4-star hotel out there. And if you haven't had a chance to go and have a look and take advantage of it, please do so. It's a very different beast. So we've got a lot of, we're encouraged in terms of how that's going and how that will contribute to the broader tourism front. I understand you're getting a presentation from Hamilton Waikato Tourism. Jason's here, but again, that's a board that reports through to my board, but he'll be able to give you a heads up on how that's tracking. So with those comments, I think that's all I had to cover. Can I hand over to Mark, who I understand has got a presentation, but we've discussed, you've had it presented to you, so we'll whip through that very quickly and just leave time for questions. Thank you, Chair.
It's like I've got the controls on that side.
Shall we move?
Okay.
That's right. I get to be the captain. Yeah.
Good morning, everyone. Morning, Chair, Mayor Paula, and to the Council. Just while we're bringing up this presentation, as Barry said, you have got the slides, so I'll just try and pull out the most relevant information so that there is time if you have any questions. Nothing on the screen yet. We'll get there, I'm sure you will.
Just start talking, it'll come up.
So look, as Barry has mentioned, the business continues to grow strongly, both at the size and its profitability, and we continue to follow our 10-year group strategy. If we, whoops, wrong click. Maybe if I just go for page down, that might be...
Don't get ambitious.
That's better. We'll work with this one. Oh, good. Thank you. Okay. So look, the key points, again, we have exceeded both in the 2019 full year and in the 6-month update. We have exceeded budget and forecast in both reporting periods. We continue that strong passenger growth at about 9%, as has been mentioned, and our landing charge reset, which took effect the 1st of January 2019, has been a major enabler of profitability for the aeronautical business, and that really has been a game changer, and we're seeing that flow through to the results. And we have, of course, got a number of significant capital projects underway around both property and the aeronautical business, and I'll talk a wee bit about the impact of those. Again, it's just a very high-level map, easier to talk you through, the blue being the aeronautical business, and this is profitability, net profit before tax, and the green is the non-aeronautical. I guess the key points here, if we go back to sort of the period 2016 to 18, the group relied on non-aeronautical profit at a group level. You see now that the underlying aeronautical business is generating strong profitability. Last year, FY19 was half the result, and this year about 40%, mainly because of the growth in the non-aeronautical opportunities. So strong continuing results. This slide, the only point I want to pull out here is really to demonstrate that the group now has a much wider revenue platform for the group. On the left-hand side of your screens, you'll have the prior year, and on the right-hand side, we've got the forecast for FY20. Biggest change here is the growing relevance of the hotel operation, which was a little under 2% prior year because we'd only taken it over, and now represents 14% and will actually represent 20% of the group income over the next couple of years. So emerging as a very important piece of the puzzle, but not conversely, but I guess supported by multiple revenue streams, which provides us with a degree of risk mitigation. This slide just really demonstrates for you the recurring now revenue growth of the group. So the grey bar is the recurring annual revenue, and you can see that that is climbing. So over the last 4 years, it's more than doubled the recurring revenue for the group. And in that recurring revenue, it excludes land sales. So it just demonstrates that the business, the underlying growth of the business is coming from our 10-year growth strategy. The balance sheet, which is obviously always important to the shareholders. Again, you'll see a continuing strengthening of the balance sheet and the equity that the shareholders hold in the group, whilst of course some increased level of debt. But in essence, simply put, the last sort of 4 or 5 years, the balance sheet has grown by 50 million and the debt's grown by 10 million. A lot of that growth, of course, has come out of revaluations, which you could argue in some respect is somewhat of a paper result. What I would say, though, that it does underpin the future prosperity of the group because it underpins rent reviews on our ground leases. It underpins the value of our land in future years when we go to sell it, and it underpins the growing value of our investment portfolio. We talked briefly about aeronautical. So to Barry's point, we continue to see growth in underlying passenger numbers, about close to 30% in the past 3 years, and a modest growth in seat capacity as well. That was for the prior year, FY19. Moving forward to FY20, we are still growing at 9%, and in fact, we will now look to exceed 400,000 annualised domestic passengers in this current financial year. And look, January, we still achieved a 13% year-on-year growth, which is on the back of obviously no corporate travel. February, about 8%, and look, we are not seeing any. So perhaps a point here to talk a wee bit about COVID-19. Domestically, yet we're not seeing any evidence. Of course, most of our indicators are lag indicators because of the way, so we won't have we're comfortable with the way March appears to be tracking. Too early to tell, but we do have some exposure. Obviously, the hotel has an exposure as well. And I'll talk a wee bit about the potential exposure on the terminal redevelopment as well. So we're taking a watching brief. We're taking the appropriate measures for the organisation, but really too early to give you much more feedback than that. Land sales, just quickly here, I think the key point is the significant amount of land. Bearing in mind that this is land sales, we've actually bought, as I often remind you, we've bought more land over the last 3 years. We've bought about 120 hectares and sold about 20. So we still have bought far more than we have sold. However, the key point about this slide is you can see in the last 2 years our land sales are significant, and ending FY20 potentially we will sell about $10 million worth of land, which has come at a very opportune time given the heavy capital expenditure program the group has currently got and will have over the next 18 months. Most of those settlements for those agreements for FY20, about 50% are now unconditional. So we've got another couple of contracts due to go unconditional this month. So I'm reasonably comfortable that that's a pretty sound position for FY20. Looking forward, key points really we continue, of course, to talk to the airlines, particularly to Air New Zealand. The current environment is obviously somewhat unique. Air New Zealand are very focused, of course, on the immediate response to COVID-19, but we have seen some increase in our capacity. Air New Zealand indicated to us a week ago that the forwards for Hamilton Airport were strong through March and April, but of course that's difficult to know how that will play out. But the passenger growth continues to be strong, and we're pleased about that. A lot of work going on around the customer experience, particularly the terminal, and I'll come to that on the next slide. And we're also very focused now on sustainability and our response as an airport company to sustainability. And that particularly will result in us working through level 1 of the Airport Carbon Accreditation Program, which we hope to secure by the middle of this year. The terminal, we have had a slight delay of 2 or 3 months, but in essence we are currently out to tender. The tender's closed next Monday, and at that point, within the next couple of weeks, I'll be in a position to discuss with the board those tenders and how that looks. Based on tenders that are acceptable to us, then we would expect to start enabling works April to June, and then the main body of work starts mid-year and will roll through for about a 12-month period. Most of our customers won't really see any major inconvenience, so Air New Zealand check-in remains where it is. Once you've checked in, you will exit the terminal and walk along to the northern end and re-enter. And those of you that are familiar with the old international northern end of the terminal, that is being repurposed for cafe, bookstore, temporary Air New Zealand regional lounge and dwell space. So that will all happen behind the scenes, and then we'll renovate the southern end, and passengers again won't be impacted terribly by that process at all. And then the final stage with completion expected towards the end of 2021. A lot going on in property. Again, the key point I'll just raise here is we're doing a big piece of work on the northern precinct, which is the 100-hectare farm. We have completed a master plan, and we are now moving into a private plan change with Harrison Grierson and a consultant that's project manager that is working for us, and we hope to lodge that private plan change towards the middle of this year. So that's, as I say, a big piece of work. The other piece of work really under the sales and marketing banner is we now have secured our first design build, which is a $3 million build on our southern precinct on land that we've retained ownership of, and that's an initial 8-year lease. That building has started, groundwork start this week. They'll be in October. And we also have just recently completed the sale of the acquisition of another building at the airport and land associated with that. So we are well on the way to increasing our investment portfolio. Right, hotel, I think we've pretty much covered that for you. It's gone very well. It's the upgrade is within our capital expenditure expectations. Trading has been somewhat, there is a risk around trading over the next 3 or 4 months, particularly with COVID-19. We've had some direct impact of some cancellations and some, what we now are unsure of course, is how the business market, leisure market will respond over the next few months and for conferencing. And I'm sure Jason will give you a much wider update on the region. So look, it's, we feel okay. We feel okay about March trading, which is about as far out as we can look at the moment, and we don't think we'll have any significant impact at this point. But of course, it's a changing landscape. And then, look, the point here is, without patting ourselves on the back, but the point I'd like to reiterate to you as shareholders is that by the end of year 2, we have exceeded all measures on our 3-year plan. So our passenger growth has exceeded. We have been able to achieve 25% premium on our landing charge over and above our expectations initially, and we have sold more than double the land that we had provisioned in the 3-year plan. So those measures are going well. And then look, finally, looking forward, we have a strong, our forecast is strong for year end that you would have seen earlier on. No reason at this point to adjust that forecast, but we'll be keeping a very close eye on it. The terminal will be a major focus for my team over the next 6 to 12 months on the proviso that we push green on that project, and then the absolute key work around property investment, and as you would imagine, staying particularly close to the airlines, and in our case at the moment, Air New Zealand, around the next few months. So that's going to be the focus through to year end. That's it.
And Chair, if I could just conclude with a comment that the board and management fully understand the importance of successful Hamilton Airport operation to the economic success of Hamilton City and the wider region. And we've had conversations with yourself and your deputy and other members of the committee. So we're very open and committed to working with you to ensure that we're aligned and what we're doing fits in with where the city's going. So a big part of that's just the broader economic impact of people moving around, but probably even more importantly as growth happens, comes down from Auckland, and we see the sort of growth we're seeing in Hamilton, we're going to make absolutely sure that the way in which we are responding as an airport company, as a group, is fitting in with that growth profile. So we're absolutely committed to that. Thank you.
Thanks for your presentation, Barry and Mark. Councillor Mark.
Thank you. A couple of quick questions. First one to you, Barry. Thank you. On page 3 of your report and page 73 of ours, you're talking about a successful private plan change with Waipaha District Council. Was helpful. What was that?
Mark, please. Yep.
So, Councillor Bunting, that's in relation to the northern there have been 2 plan changes. Yep. There was a plan change on the eastern side of the airport, which related to the opening up and development of the what we call the southern precinct, the land behind the hotel. Yep. And that's a private plan change, and that also realigned the intended entry to the airport outside the airport rather than to the north into Titanium Park. So that, so that's, I think, without me going back to the annual report, that would be the plan change referred to in that annual report.
Got it. Thank you. Yeah, Central and Southern Precincts.
Yep.
Got it. Cool. With regards to terminal improvement, what's it going to look like to the punter at the end of it? What are we achieving with it?
Look, so the key driver initially was, of course, the requirement to strengthen the airport. So our initial thinking was a refurbishment, call it a superficial refurbishment of the terminal. We're then required to do significantly more structural work, and that will now make up perhaps some 50% or more of the costs of the project. What you will see, we're very conscious, and so are the board, making sure that we just don't structurally fix the terminal and then end up with some new paint and a bit of carpet. Yeah. So we are endeavouring, so you will see quite, and I premise my words here because we're right in the middle of tender, and it will depend on how the tender goes, but you will see quite a different look, all going well, when we finish so a much better customer experience, new cafe, new store, new look and feel to the terminal.
Oh, you tease, okay. And last question, public transport to and from the airport. How easy is it to put a bus on out there? Because at the moment, you can Uber, taxi, shuttle. It's quite prohibitive in that respect.
Yes, look, you can Uber, you can shuttle. We now have Loop as well, which allows you to car share at the airport. We're always open to any initiative around public transport, there has been some conversations with Hamilton City and with Waipa over recent years about a public service, but that does not seem to have progressed. But I do believe it is in the longer term thinking to have to have buses to the airport.
So it's potentially something we could talk with Regional Council on?
Absolutely.
Okay. Thanks, Chair. I'll resist the temptation to go on all morning.
Thanks, Councillor Dave.
Just on that last one, it's actually in the long-term strategic plan for an airport connection, but it's got to stack up in several ways. Yeah. But look, my question related to two things. One, the terminal upgrade, you're going to at least temporarily be using what we used to call the international section there.
Yep.
Is that, once the upgrade's finished, is it still going to be possible to accommodate international services if they eventuate?
Absolutely. So we are making sure that in the upgrade work that we do, that we allow for expansion of any aeronautical service, including international, and that we also allow for the potential requirement for domestic screening of baggage, which would also be international screening. So yes, the provision is there. We won't be reinstating fully at this point until we have a use for the facility.
Sure,
but it will be there. Capacity will be there.
Now, the other one, and maybe it involves you putting yourself in the minds of Air New Zealand and forgetting about the COVID-19 problems. I see 87% loading for this year for Wellington flights. To me, that says every morning flight's completely full, 100%, and the others are fairly full, probably something like that.
Yep.
Is there any intel on more services, bigger services, things like that to Wellington?
Yes, there is. So to answer your question, regional New Zealand is now operating in the mid-80s. That's the expectation of Air New Zealand. So we have the same challenge that a lot of regional ports have, which is you can fill the peak hour flights, but you can't fill necessarily all of the off-peak flights, and then you have connectivity issues with the schedule. That aside, Air New Zealand have started speaking to ourselves and other airports around their 5-year plan, and their 5-year plan does see jet services in regional New Zealand. The trade-off here will be frequency versus capacity. So you kind of need 3 ATR services within about an hour and a half in order to make a jet service viable, and then of course you're giving up the schedule for the jet service. So, but Hamilton Wellington has been identified, but it's in the 5-year plus strategic thinking for Air New Zealand, and I'm not privy to if they're thinking about jet services for any other port any time sooner than that.
So there's no talking that you're aware of for a vehicle, an aeroplane that might be somewhere between 70 and 180 seats? 'Cause
No, Councillor Dave, that's just not on their radar. Their radar is simply turboprop for regional New Zealand, jet services eventually, but there is no, at this point in time, they're not looking at any aircraft that would sit in that, I don't know, 100-seat kind of capacity.
Okay, no, thanks. Ta.
Mayor Paula.
Mine are a little, just a tiny bit more global than that. In the statement of intent, you talk about growing the visitor destination, you talk about diversification. I was just interested in what the board's views are on how you are going to tackle both visitor destination and diversification of your interests going forward from this time. That's a broader question.
Yeah. So if you're talking about specifically about opportunities for international flights into
No,
Hamilton.
I was just talking about whatever you intended that to mean in your statement of intent.
I'll get the author to answer that, and then I'll come back.
Thank
Yep.
you.
I'm not sure how authored it is, but what I would say is that the statement of intent you're referring to is the group statement of intent, so it captures Hamilton Waikato tourism in that context. So I'm sure Jason will also talk to that, but that's probably the context, Mayor Paula, to growing the tourism opportunities for the region.
Right, so an interconnection between the work of Jason's team, which you might be able to answer when you come up, Jason, and the airport in delivering a better tourism outcome.
Absolutely.
And that would include domestic and potentially links to international tourism, is that the case?
Yes, sure.
And in terms of diversification of your business, what does that look like? I mean, you talked about the big success of your land sales and the rent that you're getting off those industrial and commercial premises, which sounds brilliant. What's next?
Well,
I guess the hotel, the hotel is a good example of that diversification.
Okay.
We have no specific further diversification on the cards at the moment, but like any good business, we will be looking for any diversification opportunities to grow the group as we move forward.
Okay, thank you. And last thing, in terms of Dave's already mentioned rail and connectivity to the airport and so on, but in terms of council's move towards the conversation with Southern Links with the Minister, what's your view around the importance of that transport connection for airport development?
Well, I think it's getting it right is crucial. I think if we look far enough ahead and we see Southern Links and we see all the other changes that are going on in transportation, possibility of rail through to Auckland, all those sorts of things, we've just got to make sure that the way in which Hamilton Airport evolves not only accommodates that but can take advantage of it as well. So the short version is our management are regularly engaged in terms of what that planning looks like, because obviously we're making some fairly significant property decisions around our property holdings at the airport, and we're very focused on making sure that that fits in with the longer term vision that Hamilton City and other local authorities have, so that we're not closing down options.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. I've just got a couple of questions about how the board's statement of intent aligns with the flavours of our letter of expectation, and I presume that's appropriate. That's now out of PX, that letter, and I just want to get a feel for how they regard that. What's in that? Is that appropriate?
It's my understanding we haven't received.
No, but I just thought I'd give, now that it's out of
respond.
PX, I thought I'd just give you a bit of a flavour for it, a bit of a brief summary of bits of it. Given that we're taking these together, aren't we?
Do you want to comment on that? You've seen it.
Mr. Chair, if I could perhaps comment that there are three elements to the letter of expectation that are a change from what we've had in the past and are actually a bit different to what's in the statement of intent. One of those, which is really just an expansion of the view that Hamilton City Council would always consider either extending or retracting its shareholding in the company for good reason, and that's just a sort of a placeholder very much. The other element is a focus on the airport company getting deeply involved in the Auckland to Hamilton corridor work that's been done by Blair, and that links in with Southern Links work. And we're encouraging them to really strengthen that engagement. And then the third element in the letter of expectation, which isn't covered in their draft statement of intent, is the notion of how strong a push the airport company do into trying to secure international services one day for the city and the region. Those three elements will effectively be our new feedback to the draft statement of intent that the airport will ask the airport to consider when they actually lock down their final statement of intent. So that's part of the discussion that will come later.
So Chair, if I can respond to that, yes, we did discuss some of those issues in a draft form, but we haven't actually formally received it, obviously, until you have processed that. Have no issues with that. What we have had discussions around is what is pursuing international opportunities for Hamilton City look like in the future, and the short version on that and the commitment that I've made to you directly is that we're happy to work with you and your committee as to how that's best achieved moving forward. We've always, and previous boards also, I believe, have always been open to any reasonable and significant opportunity for international airlines to operate out of Hamilton, but there are some limitations which we've discussed before that we need to be aware of. So short version from us, well, two comments. One is happy to look and work with you folk in terms of how we, what would be a catalyst for stimulating some of that interest and how we might go about doing that. Being careful not to divert the operations of the airport away from the huge challenges that we've got at the moment, but understand that if that opportunity is there, we should be aware of it and we should be taking advantage of it. So we'll give you that commitment. And my last comment is a bit of a plea, and I've made it to you as well. There are other shareholders, and when the board sits around and considers statements of expectations, you can make my job a hell of a lot easier if there's actually some rationalisation and understanding amongst the shareholders in terms of what you're asking for us. Having said that, and without seeing your letter of expectation, I don't see there's anything in there that we would disagree with. Perhaps some of how we go about it, and we'll talk about that. But so just really a plea. It would seem to me it shouldn't be that difficult to get the broader shareholders in agreement in terms of the general set of expectations, and that makes our job as a board a lot easier. Thank you.
Thanks, Barry. Thanks, Chair.
Happy with that?
Yep.
Councillor Ewan.
Yeah, thanks, Chair Ryan. I've got a few questions. I wonder if I could first ask a question to staff, to Sean, just for a point of clarification. I've understood Barry to say, and maybe I've misunderstood, but have you shared with Barry and Mark the draft letter of expectation?
You'll recall, Councillor, that we had a discussion with Mark and Barry, yourself and the Chair, and also the Deputy Mayor a wee while ago, and basically the essence of the changes to the previous letter of expectation were discussed, so they are well aware of the direction of travel for those. And we've certainly, on the shareholding and the Auckland-Hamilton corridor activity, we've talked about that a lot as well. So there's no surprises in there for them.
Mr. Chair, I'm just wondering whether or not, since we're discussing the new draft letter of expectation, which is to be discussed in public, that's my understanding, if we can't actually put it on the board so that we can actually see what that talks about.
Are you talking about our draft letter or the airport's draft letter?
No, our draft.
Yep, have we got a mover and seconder on this?
So I'm happy to move, and I think we're currently just moving.
I'm just wondering what our current, if we can have the current resolution? You're just receiving the reports. So unless you want to change the motion to include that draft letter of intent, it would give us the remit to speak to it. But you'd have to check with your seconder. So just to be clear, you want to, we'll get it up. So we've got to receive the reports of the last 18 months and also to our report, our letter of intent. Okay?
Yeah. Maybe if I could carry on with some of my earlier questions. Just walk me through the current redevelopment of the terminal. I understand a significant amount of it is due to structural strengthening to comply with current building codes. Could you help me to understand, is that part of the terminal that was actually the focus of the most recent revamp, going back, maybe you could update us when it was last done. I'm just trying to get my head around whether or not when we did the original refurbishment, we didn't build to code, or if you could clarify with me when the new code that you're now building to came into play. I'm just trying to get some context.
Thanks, Councillor Ewan. Look, I'll give you as much as I can, mainly because I don't have the detailed engineering reports here in front of me. But in essence, the terminal was redeveloped or expanded over at least 3 significant expansions since it was originally built in the 1960s. And as you would be well aware, the codes have radically changed during that period, and certainly since the Christchurch earthquakes, the codes have become much stronger, much more. So look, we have a situation where, as we best understand it at each iteration of expansion and redevelopment, the terminal was signed off on each occasion by the local authorities and met code. But now that is no longer the case. And as you might be aware, with particularly around earthquake strengthening, you're subject to the weakest link. So we've got significant parts of the terminal that meet or exceed code, but you only need parts of the terminal to require that strengthening work, and that's really the position we found ourselves in.
Thank you.
Councillor Ewan, I'm just thinking about our process here. I'm happy for you to continue questions regarding the last 18 months report. I think it's not fair that we drop in our letter of intent on the fly with these guys. So I'm happy to frame questions around that, and when we come to the letter of intent, we can discuss it with staff. Does that sound reasonable, just in terms of good process?
Yeah, I mean, obviously, I'm mindful that at the beginning of the meeting, we agreed to take the letter of intent out of confidential. As long as that is discussed as an item somewhere along the agenda, I'm relaxed.
Yeah.
I'm happy to just focus currently.
Yeah, I think that's better process and probably fairer to
I have no difficulty.
Okay. Thank you.
Just for a point of clarification, there is nothing we're going to be doing in terms of this most recent terminal re-strengthening, and I think I can use upgrading to some extent, that would negate international, whether those are RPT or charter services, from using the terminal.
Look, let me, absolutely, the board has asked that question very strongly and had the assurance that is the case.
Perfect, thank you. Could I now turn my mind to the runway and the taxiway question? We have had recently some very public occurrences of Auckland Airport being accused of failing to invest or reprioritising their investment into things that generate more cash rather than maintaining their runway. Can you assure me that the airport is absolutely focused in maintaining the current runway length? But more importantly, could you address the question that have you got a plan to put a meaningful taxiway mechanism for the current runway rather than the need to have aircraft backtracking on the active runway that for all intents and purposes means the runway is inoperable for a period of time until that traffic is cleared?
So I think, respectfully, there are two questions in there. The first question, we have a 10-year aeronautical asset management plan, and that is a plan of maintaining and upgrading all aeronautical assets. We have a inspection by Beca every 12 months, and on the back of the Beca inspection, the decision is which is made to then commit to the following year's capital expenditure program. So right at the moment, in fact, next week we embark on a $500,000 upgrade to parts of the apron and parts of the western side GA taxiway areas. So I can assure you as shareholders that we're very conscious of maintaining the aeronautical assets. And even, in fact, when the airport company several years ago was, I guess, had an issue around profitability, the capital expenditure program was maintained. The second point around the taxiway, obviously our master plan predicates a future taxiway. And that's enshrined in the master plan, and there's no intention to remove it from the master plan. But at this point, there is no intention also to put in the a parallel taxiway, but it's there enshrined in the master plan.
So my last question, Mr. Chair, if I could, keeping on the basis that it's okay to talk about the documents the airport have brought to this discussion. Can I refer you to page 111, which is the strategic intent document.
Is that your numbering or?
So it should be, well, it could be 111. It could, I would have.
We'll just need the relevant page.
Yeah, so second page of your strategic intent document, starting nature and scope of activities to be undertaken. This is an intent document which sort of tells us, the shareholders and the public, what your intent is through, I think, until June of 2021.
Correct.
Right. And so this is the blueprint, and this is based, is it not, on, I guess, previous letters of expectation from all councils?
Yes, I mean, this statement of intent has regard to previous expectations that we've received from shareholders.
Cool. Because if I go down the nature and scope of activities to be undertaken, the only reference to international is position and protect the airport as an efficient and cost-effective international port of arrival for private, corporate and medical aircraft.
Correct.
Yeah. And I guess that if you recall, Mark, in September last year, you were quoted in the Waikato Times of not proactively pursuing international flights, whether they are charter or regular passenger services because your shareholders' letters of engagement specifically excluded that. I think you were quoted in the Waikato Times. I think I just did, Madam Mayor.
The letters of expectation, or should I say statement of intents in recent years, have focused on principally a profitable regional airport, maintaining the ability to obviously handle private jets or any other international flight. But there has not been any change to that from shareholders, certainly since I've been at the airport, and in fact, I don't think we've actually had formally a letter of expectation in the last at least 3 years from any of the shareholders. So this is of a historical letter of expectations.
So this is why this document is a draft, because you're expecting to get new letters of intent or engagement from the shareholding councils, of which you then may change some of this narrative.
Correct.
Absolutely.
And so until you get that letter, then we wouldn't be, this is just for information.
Yeah, we need to have regard then to the responses we get from the shareholders. I think it's important, Chair, also to have the perspective of history. There was a desire by the shareholders, and I wasn't obviously chairing the company at this stage. There was a desire from the shareholders to secure the financial, commercial, future, sustainable operation of the airport moving forward, which was in doubt. And there was a very clear message to management to get that right. They have got it right, and there's a very good news story here. So it's the historical situation. And I think, Councillor, again, how we move forward on this, we've discussed this before. It's like, reference to Mark's words, very accurate in the sense that the airport company has not proactively been out pursuing international opportunities. Because, what does that mean? And we could have a long debate around that. I think the crucial thing moving forward in terms of your expectations and our statement of intent, they need to reflect the board's willingness to seriously entertain value-adding international routes, and we need to understand how best to stimulate and understand what that looks like without it becoming an industry in its own right without any productive return.
Okay, thanks, Chair. Quick comment from General Manager, and then I'm going to go to Councillor Rob.
Chair, I think it's okay following the Barry's comment.
Councillor Rob.
Thank you, Chair. I missed mark the point about the private plan change in the north. My recollection was that land was there potentially as an extension to the existing runway. Is that what the private plan change is about?
No, well, the private plan change is about allowing the land to be developed as an industrial commercial. You may, at the moment, 40 hectares
that's the bit that runs up to Rains Road, doesn't it?
Correct.
Yep.
Correct. So at the moment, 40 hectares is zoned industrial commercial.
Yep.
And this plan change is about converting the 100 hectares into industrial commercial land. And that would then serve two purposes: the ability of the airport company to develop that land in that sense, but also protect the northwestern border of the runway land for future aeronautical opportunities.
Okay, so we're not going to lose that opportunity. Okay.
Not at all.
Okay.
And can I just give the strong assurance? The board, everything we do, we have in the back of our mind what the future. There's a 50-year vision here in terms of what might happen here, and we're just making absolutely sure that when we take advantage of development, we have in mind the need for future-proofing the aeronautical operations.
Thank you. Just to follow on then from Dave's question about the 84% loading on the planes and whether that would trigger further aircraft. Do you have any I suppose, do you have any involvement with Air New Zealand over the timing of their flights? Do you run, surveys with the passengers as to, because when I look at the flights to Wellington, You know, the 6:45 flight is now 7:20, and then there's another flight 30 minutes later. And then in the afternoon, you wait 3.5 hours between 3:30 and 7 o'clock for another flight. So while the flights might be all full and they might be giving Air New Zealand a very, very good return, I think business travellers particularly...
Is there a question? Sorry, Councillor.
Yeah. I'm asking what the airport can do
our
in
ability,
respect to that.
Our ability is to obviously advocate. So we do survey our customers, and we will be conducting another in-terminal poll over the next couple of months. And we do talk to them about the schedule. As you would expect, the schedule, the algorithm that sits behind the entire regional network is significant. So it's just not about our service, it's how they utilise the aircraft right throughout the day. But yes, we do, and if we get feedback, we do take that feedback on board and we do take it to Air New Zealand. We have a monthly formal catch-up with Air New Zealand, and I go to Auckland at least 3 or 4 times a year to meet with them in person as well.
So the changes occur from time to time?
Yeah, they do, and I think you've...
I mean, changes that are initiated from us?
Look, I think so, because I think over the last 2 or 3 years we've been able to very clearly advocate the strength of the improved schedule, the fact now that actually if you're flying directly out of Hamilton to our Palmerston, Wellington or Christchurch, our airfares are almost exactly the same as peak hour flights out of Auckland to those same destinations. So we work hard with Air New Zealand to ensure that the market's well informed and makes decisions based on that information.
Okay. And last question is really around future utilisation of the airport, potentially as a freight hub, you know, given the development that's happening with the Tainui Inland Port and happening in north with Auckland, and also the fact that Auckland might not become a port city going forward, or may no longer be a port city going forward. Is there an opportunity for us to develop the airport as an international freight hub?
Look, it's a challenge, as I've mentioned previously, that you do need the commercial passenger service to support freight. So 95% of global freight is carried in the bellies of commercial airliners, so you can't operate one without the other. So you do need commercial jet service, international jet services, or commercial domestic jet services in order to move general freight.
Okay.
But if there was a specialist freight proposition, we would be able to respond to that.
Okay. Yep. And there might be in the horse industry or...
and this, we've talked about that for a number of years, as an example. But you know, I don't believe there's anything in the way in which we're operating that would preclude us from responding to a commercial venture like that.
Okay. Thank you.
Councillor Mark, last question.
Yeah. Oh, that cool. Yeah, Chathams, you mentioned very briefly a line in there that you're still discussing stuff with them.
Yes.
On a 1 to 10 scale, how eager are they? And
look, I think it's commercially sensitive. So I think all I'd like to say today is that we maintain those conversations. We are in discussion with Air Chathams, and look, as soon as we've got something meaningful to say, we will be saying it. But I'm not at liberty to take that any further today.
Very cool. Thank you.
Thanks. We're going to move into debate to receive the reports. It's moved by Councillor Ewan, seconded by Mark. Would you like to start debate, Councillor Ewan, as the mover of the motion?
Just a procedural question. The issue of the letter of expectation, where do you see that comes as the next item?
We're going to discuss that shortly and work out where in our day we can fit it in a proper sequence. So we'll come back to you on that. That's okay. But we will do our letter of expectation before the board.
So look, I'm happy to speak to the motion of simply accepting the reports with, and the reason I'm comfortable in moving those items is in fact the airport's performance recently has been spectacular. And I'd be the first to say that some of the areas that you're working in is very well done. It will be of no surprise to you that I have a real interest in the aeronautical components of the airport. And I see a lot of what's driving growth and profitability is ancillary to those and complementary, but they are selling land and revenue from hotels, which are all, a byproduct, but they're underpinned from maintaining an aeronautical business. I think the documents you've presented are a reflection of what you felt at a time was the direction of the shareholders, and that you have interpreted that well. So I will leave my other comments as part of a narrative when we talk about whether we as a shareholder have a feeling there's time for a realignment and refocus. But by accepting these reports, we're judging whether or not you've performed based on the historical letters of engagement, and you have, and you've done well. And we should be really pleased about that. We should also remind people that for a long period of time, as shareholders, we enabled the airport not to pay a dividend to help you in those difficult periods, and that of recent time you are paying a dividend, and that's clearly appreciated. So I think here is an example of things having gone quite well of recent times. You've been agile, where there's been challenges, you've addressed them. I think the property aspects of the business in the past was done poorly. You've responded and got that on track. So that's why I'm happy to move the current documents and look forward to talking to the next item about the new letter of engagement.
Councillor Mark.
Thank you. And I will eloquently agree with my colleague over there. Thank you for a really good term of management. And if you could pass my thanks on to the board too. You've done a great job. And look, I remember talking with John Spencer earlier on when he was first appointed, and I admire the fact that he had the cojones to stand up to people and say, let's just live within our means and be a good regional airport for the moment. And it turned out to be the right call at the time. And like Councillor Ewan said, you've done what your shareholders have asked you to do with aplomb. So well done. Please keep the runway in good form. We don't need another Auckland. Please keep the planes coming in. Please keep living within your means. Please keep growing. Keep us excited. And please stay nimble, because I personally think one of the greatest opportunities we are going to have is online buying in the Amazons and the like, because that's only going to grow. And I would be interested to talk further about the idea of public transport to and from a bus, simply to and from the airport. But well done, thank you. I always get very excited at this presentation.
Councillor Dave.
Yeah, look, what I would add to what the last two speakers said is there's been an improvement in the way this council strategically looks at the airport as well, and perhaps the other councils, I'm less sure of that, because it takes two to tango at least, and it's not just the airport lifting their game, it's we've lifted our game strategically, I think. And one of the strands that has come out of the presentation and questions today that I like is that we're looking ahead 50 or maybe 100 years. I'm quite convinced that in 100 years there'll be direct rail links between our airport and Auckland Airport, as well as between other parts of the cities and within our region and the airport. There'll be freight going out of it. Hamilton Airport will be the second, not necessarily the smallest, but will be the other international airport for northern New Zealand. And we have to plan for that long terms in terms of our land usage and all other forms of future planning, and I see that the start of that has been made, and I'm confident that we're all heading in the right direction now.
Thank you. Mayor Paula.
Thank you. A number of the points have been made. Thank you for the presentation. Interesting around the statement of intent to see how we have a joined up conversation with all the partners because I think it is important that we do that in the same space, that we have our opinion as a key stakeholder of Hamilton, but we also understand what the other stakeholders are thinking. That's the true nature of partnership, and just pull together for the right outcome. I think Ewan's raised a couple of considerations that we will be thinking about. In respect to the hotel, well done on that. It's certainly up to the game. Had a good tour of that, and having that quality offering. Really nice restaurant out there, by the way, to add to the whole experience, because we know that sometimes business is increasingly happening in the airport precinct. So I'm excited about future possibilities for that as well. Good to hear you speak in support of Southern Links, because we are having those conversations with relevant ministers at this time in terms of their investment into infrastructure for Hamilton. That gets win and win. And I think a win would be gained by the Southern Links, and in all its forms, Dave, in the future rail and so on, would be a win-win for both the city, southern growth and all that means, but also that key commercial, industrial and transportation hub that the airport is. So thank you very much.
Yeah, and I'll just say thank you also for the work you gentlemen do, and the financial dividend that's coming back, not just in the monetary sense, but the holistic way you guys are tackling or diversifying, maximising, exploiting the whole offering you've got. So well done. Okay, we'll go to the vote. There's no further debate. We'll just go off the board. Those in favour? Against? Carried unanimously. Thank you. Yes, we're going to break for... We might make it 20 minutes because Sean wants to catch up with us. So we'll meet back at 12:45. Thank you.
cities as well through some other entities to support our activity. Our main purpose as a tourism agency, when it eventually comes up, is to supercharge the region's visitor economy and co-create a sustainable tourism destination. So we'd already begun developing what we call New Zealand as a sustainable tourism destination 2 years ago. Given some of the external factors we're facing now as a sector, it's timely that we continue on that journey, and I'm happy to talk a little bit around some of the impacts for COVID that we're experiencing. The 5 areas we pretty much cover are visitor and destination marketing. That's pretty obvious. So we've always been able to attract people to the region. We work with the travel trade to try and get more Waikato product onto visitor itineraries and brochures around the world. We work in the business events and convention space. So we're the 4th largest region for hosting business events and conventions in the country. We work in the major event sector to support venues and councils as well as promoters to bring major events into our region. We're mainly targeting events in our off-season because we're pretty busy in summer, and then to provide some coordination support around the bid process. And then lastly, a couple of years ago, we moved into product and destination development, and that's really around trying to grow and diversify our tourism markets and our offerings here in the region. So how are things going for us as a region? I'll just quickly first touch on our international key markets, because that's the #1 question all councils are asking me at the moment, is Jason, how are we impacted by COVID-19 and also the travel ban coming from China, South Korea and Northern Italy? This is a quick snapshot of our international markets. So as you can see, #1 for us as a region is Australia, bringing in 87.5 million. #2 is UK and Europe, so that's at 87.3 million. And then North America, the USA and Canada bring us in around 60 million. So China are our 4th largest international market. We did see impacts immediately when the travel ban took hold. That was mainly for group travel out of China and for future bookings over the next coming months. So again, we do have a diverse portfolio of international markets. We don't only invest in China. After China, we do have Korea, Japan, Germany as a Pacific market, and the wider Asia Pacific region as well, plus South America. So we have what I call a diverse international market portfolio. We've never just held strong in one market. We do work in a number of our key markets as well. Domestic is our #1 market here, so we sit at 75% of expenditure into the region is for the domestic. So at the moment for us, it's really around stimulating demand or growing the pie of domestic visitors coming into the region, staying longer and spending more while the international market slows down. So that's currently some of the immediate impacts that we've been working on. We're also working quite closely right now with Rotorua. Rotorua within the Central North Island family are the most heavily impacted with forestry at 70% loss, visitor economy at 25%, and a number of other economies being impacted within Rotorua. So we are clubbing together to support Rotorua because China is also their 4th largest market, and the Bay of Plenty around doing a separate individual domestic campaign as well, and that's being part funded by Tourism New Zealand and the government, who have injected $1 million to stimulate domestic tourism demand around the country. If you look overall as a region, how we were tracking up till end of December, 1.558 annual expenditure billion coming into the region, and domestic visitors injecting around 1.2 billion into the region. We are the 4th largest domestic visitor expenditure, and that is still strong today, and we are the 5th largest international visitor expenditure for the country as well. Commercial guest nights have peaked as well, and I'll talk a little bit about the Hamilton story. And then lastly, at the end, in September last year, we were named by Forbes magazine in their top 50 bucket list travel destinations in the world to visit. So number 17 on the list, the only New Zealand destination to make that. A real big bow to our region to have actually taken a lot of work to position our region as the new undiscovered hidden gem of New Zealand. When it comes to what visitors are spending their money on, and again, we are monitoring this now every 2 weeks. We're working with MB and Stats New Zealand to release this data a lot sooner, so we're only two weeks lag rather than a month to 2 months. And this is around monitoring the impacts of COVID around all our sectors that are in the visitor economy. Retail, as you can see, is #1 spend for domestic, followed by food and beverage. So our hospitality industry is still strong in the domestic space, but we will be monitoring this to show the impacts actually around the loss of expenditure into some of these other key sectors that service tourism. On On the international side, to the right, tourism product is still high. So again, people are spending more as an international visitor on our tourism products, and then eventually F&B, retail sales, down to through to accommodation and transport. We have 7 performance targets that we sit down with all our local government partners to agree on what we will deliver for the region for the coming year. So based on the end of last year, we had a 5% target to increase visitor guest nights. We achieved that, achieving 6.1% growth. Visitor spend, we have a 5% year-on-year increase for visitor expenditure. We managed to probably we did achieve some growth, but only 2% rather than the 5% year on year. Conventions and business events we've talked about, we've managed to hold that market share. Visitor awareness and perceptions, so we measure favourability about visiting the Waikato to those in the domestic market who have not been here in the last 5 to 10 years. That's now at 8.8 out of 10, which is a high favourability factor, and we report on that annually, so we'll come back to you around July, August on the annual figure. Website and social media, we moved to digital engagement measures rather than actually just clicks and visits. So a digital engagement measure is whether it's across any of our channels that refer them to an operator to close a booking or convert a sale. The digital engagement rate sitting at around 22.2%. The average conversion rate for online sits around 15. So again, we're punching above our weight with regards to conversion. Industry investment, we have to achieve around $500,000 from industry to fund our activities. As at year to date in December, we were tracking around 252,000. As of today, we're around 350,000. So we're tracking well to meet that target. And then lastly, an ROI figure we have is that for every council dollar invested, that's across all councils, we are introducing $1,275 back into the regional economy. And that's only based on commercial accommodation and visitor expenditure, which we can track. How is Hamilton doing? Again, these graphs are contained in your report. Just a quick snapshot here. Hamilton is probably, I would say, achieving very good domestic expenditure growth. There does a bit of a dip there at minus 2.2%. It's 697 million, but your international spend has jumped 8.5 or 8.1% to 206 million. So that's again at the end of December. We are tracking monthly the impacts around what's happening with COVID as well. Your commercial guest nights are also up, so you're around 800,000 guest nights staying in your commercial accommodation. That's your holiday parks, motels and hotels. You had a growth of 5.7% in the last 6 months reporting period. And then lastly, your non-commercial sector. We've been tracking now for 12 months. This is Airbnb's impact in the city. Sorry, there's a bit of a lag in this graph when it finally comes up. Again, containing your report. So you haven't had a lot of growth in Airbnb since we last reported. I think you've gone up to maybe 13 to 14 new listings. So you have around 592 homes that are available on Airbnb within the Hamilton city boundaries. 49% of them are entire homes, but you do have a spike. So what we see is pretty much demand for Airbnb changes. Sometimes people list their homes while they all go on a winter holiday, and they literally list them rather than those that actually are continually on Airbnb using it as a passive income investment. Your occupancy rates are sitting at around 68%, so quite high, which is obviously good for them, but interesting about the impact to meet our commercial accommodation need. And rental demand is sitting at around 72%. So we now have those figures and trends for the entire year because Airbnb do not give up this information. We have to source this, and we've been doing it on a monthly basis, and now we have 12 months worth. So look, happy to discuss or have any questions around that, because there are lots of other councils around the country looking at the impact of Airbnb within their districts. Look, and just quickly wrapping through international marketing. So you've heard me talk before around how we club together with our Central North Island buddies, Rotorua, Taupō, Coromandel, Hawke's Bay and Tairāwhiti Gisborne, to market the Central North Island offshore. So I don't go offshore and we don't just market Waikato, we market all our attractions in the Central North Island. We were meant to go to the UK in a couple of weeks. That was representatives from each of our regions going up to the UK and Germany, but Tourism New Zealand have cancelled that travel trade event. So we are seeing a bit of a change with some of the travel trade going up into different parts around the world, but we are still maintaining our market profile as well. So if I can, hopefully this works. If I just quickly play you one video. of some of the central North Island marketing that we pulled together based on Good Morning World. Oh.
Good morning, world. Good morning, world. Good morning, world. Kia ora. Good morning, world. We're currently floating at about 3,000 feet over beautiful Lake Taupo. Speaking to you from Taumarunui in the King Country. Rotorua and all of its amazing geothermal features. Here in the stunning Hawke's Bay. Here in Gisborne, East Coast, New Zealand, North Island, Aotearoa. The beautiful Hamilton Gardens. On the sacred mountain or Tātara. We welcome you all on board to enjoy the amazing sailing. We'll visit some of the best and quirkiest artisan producers. Enjoy the first sunrise of every new day. Zip line under glowworm, Blackwater raft. We offer the complete winery experience. We have these amazing rail cars. So come along, enjoy a ride with us to this beautiful place. We're looking forward to hosting your guests really soon. We're so excited to have your clients come, where we connect our being with their being. To send some clients our way, it's not a bad way to start the day. We love sharing Hawke's Bay with the world. No mai, hara mai. Look forward to seeing you. Kia ora. See ya.
Sorry, there's a bit of a lag there with regards to the presentation. So that's just an example of obviously how we work offshore to actually hold a visitor within the North Island without having to go anywhere else. That has proven successful for us, and again, we're probably a now strong competitor for what we call the South Alliance, which is around the Queenstown Lakes and Christchurch International Gateway. International marketing, you would have seen those with snippets from what we call the Good Morning World campaign. It was a global campaign. We partnered with Tourism New Zealand, where for 365 days, somewhere around the world, people would wake up to a Good Morning World from New Zealand. Here's just a quick screenshot from one of the Hamilton products that we showcased, which was obviously Pat and Anne at Banh Mi. So it was more not just around tourism, it was around retail, it was around hospitality, it was around some of the free attractions or walks that we had. So again, that campaign is still running, and based on COVID-19, Tourism New Zealand are about to release their new refreshed global campaign, and we're going to be bringing a lot of our activity forward to start to target the winter and the spring markets rather than we were obviously targeting the 2022 market. We're bringing a lot of that forward now to start to stimulate demand for when hopefully the travel bans lift over the coming months. Domestic marketing has always been a big push for us, so again we are moving a lot of this forward to stimulate demand into Waikato. We ran our first Locals Week last year, which was basically 14 days of deals. To be a part of Locals Week, we expected operators or retailers or hospitality providers to give us 50% off or 2-for-1s, where people can actually experience their own backyard. Kiwis obviously sometimes don't like parting with money to experience some of our tourism opportunities. So by offering them some deals, it enabled families more accessibility to our tourism operators, but also for them to showcase it. They are our visiting friends and family market is still large. We wanted our locals to feel proud of what they've got in their own backyard and to actually recommend their visiting friends and family to experience what we have on our back door. So again, Locals Week was run in September last year. We'll be looking to activate that in our winter period to try and bring that forward for our market as well. Lastly, domestic marketing. So we are part of the Te Aki Promise. Te Aki is a care code for international visitors that come to our country, launched last year. In December last year, we launched what we call the domestic part of Te Aki, and it initially targeted responsible camping throughout summer. So again, that's had really good uptake. We've seen a lot of behaviour changes with regards to freedom campers around our country, as well as New Zealand campers around how they impact the environment and respect some of the cultures when they do travel around our country. And then lastly, look, industry and product development, just a quick snapshot of some of the stuff that obviously we've been supporting within your city boundaries. Obviously the Te Awa Lakes development, recasting some of the investment case for Sky City with regards to a hotel development, the regional event strategy, again supporting some of the bids for some of major Hamilton events through H3. The Hamilton Ambassador Program, so again you might hear from Vanessa later today talking about their partnership with Hamilton Central Business. I think some councillors may be partaking in their own personalised ambassador program with us on Friday, so look forward to that. Zirka Circus, we've been looking at developing a permanent base for them and a circus training school here in the city, currently based in Gordonton, but they're looking for a permanent base somewhere within the city boundaries. St Andrews Golf Course, again working with them around positioning themselves as a high-end domestic golf destination. Te Ahure Māori Tourism was a new product we launched last year with Leslie, so that's a new Māori walking tour around some of the artwork we have in the city. Escapist, we've got new escape rooms, obviously, that opened on Bryce Street, and there are new ones also coming into Centre Place, which will be launched in the next couple of weeks. Hamilton Gardens, again, providing some advice and support around the Reserve Management Plan. And then lastly, the Waikato Regional Theatre, providing some support for their PGF application to develop the theatre as well. For us, of interest is the hotel development, which will go on top. And then again, just wrapping up, Google, we are now a Google Destination Management Partner, so we partner with Google to actually get more Waikato content onto Google. Google will become the #1 travel platform in the world. We see that. They want to take out Booking.com, TripAdvisor and Expedia, and they've already started to achieve that in some of our global markets. We signed an MOU last year with Christchurch International Airport to be an Alipay partner with the Alibaba platform. So what that means is we remove the merchant fees for a lot of our operators to enable to have a Alipay merchant partner pay for their phone at their counters. And we also launched a Waikato store on Fliggy on 11/11, which is the largest shopping day for the China market. 90% of Chinese travellers will pre-book their experiences and activities before they come to New Zealand. So for us to get people to buy that, which is China's version of TripAdvisor on Fliggy, enabled us to recoup a number of and capture a lot of that spend before they came. And then last, at the end of last year, we obviously closed off the China-New Zealand Year of Tourism. We ran a number of operator workshops to try and get more of our products, what we call China ready, for some of the high value growth that we were originally getting out of China rather than the low value shopping tours. So that's pretty much it from me, but happy to take questions.
Thanks, Mr Dawson. Councillor Ewan.
Yeah, thanks, Councillor Ryan. Jason, I've read the document and I've listened carefully to your presentation. I didn't hear a mention of what strategy and plans you intend to unleash targeting Auckland Hamilton weekend travellers with the launch of the new train service. Clearly, I think we provide $585,000 to Tourism Waikato for each 3 years, I think. And so I'd be really interested in your insight and your strategy of how you're going to help us fill the Auckland Hamilton leg on the weekend service, and what strategy and what retail products you're going out with, and when you'll be launching your campaign.
So rail will be a part of our normal domestic marketing activity into our fly and, well, mainly to our drive market of Auckland. For us, it's really around offering an alternative way to come to the Waikato. Look, we believe, and we are quite keen to see the growth of the rail network. As you know, it is a commuter service, and the leisure component of that is going to be the Saturday service. We see that as hopefully a potential to prove that there is a business case long term to grow the leisure proposition of rail into the region, and that's also for outbound, for Waikato residents to go elsewhere as well. So again, for us, it's around adding rail as an alternative to all our domestic packages that will be coming out in our winter season. So we've already started to talk about it in market with regards to conferences, to get more people out of Auckland as an alternative way to travel to us. Again, if they can get on the commuter service, it'll be great, but at the moment we are only targeting the Saturday service to lift that. So it's look, it's definitely got high interest. It's got high interest definitely out of the Auckland market, but I think we're also going to see some demand hopefully coming out of the Waikato market as well. So.
Because, if I may, Mr Chair, because in theory we could use it to promote overnights as well, because if they came down on the Saturday, they could stay Saturday night, Sunday night and take the first very early service back into Auckland.
Correct.
And be back into Auckland pretty much in time to get to work.
And there's also the Northern Explorer as well. So we also work with the Northern Explorer schedule. So again, that also provides another opportunity if, and we know we probably will, be able to fill the commuter service, that we will have this buffer of the Northern Explorer passing through as well, so to return.
Thank you.
Councillor Mark.
Thank you. A couple of things raised my attention during your presentation there. One of them is the Airbnb thing. To your knowledge, is Airbnb affecting our motel hotel trade yet, or is it No,
No.
still got enough.
So at the moment, for Hamilton particularly, I mean, different other parts of our region are actually suffering a bit more. But for Hamilton particularly, what we're seeing is it's actually soaking up the demand right now. So it's pushed out probably some of our, I think we've talked earlier around NAISA conference, the North American Indigenous Society conference. A bulk of those people actually stayed in non-commercial, such as Airbnb, as well as all our commercial accommodation as well. So we see that also peak during our events, Rugby Sevens, for an example, where more people are probably, because they can't get into our motels and hotels, are actually using Airbnb. So again, it's kind of providing a bit of a buffer for us at the moment. But in other parts of our region, there is strain. So, you know, for Raglan particularly, I use that as our case study. 50% of our rentals, unfortunately, in Raglan are Airbnb, which is impacting and actually displacing our rental market out there for our workers. Right. So a very different proposition that Waikato District are currently dealing with. Right. But again, it's good to keep a monitoring, a watching eye, and that's definitely what we've been doing, so that we've got at least some historic data for councils to keep a watching eye on, to see what decisions what they may wish to make.
Right, so I'm thinking, for example, bed tax and the likes, you know, with Raglan, Queenstown, etc., it might be relevant, but here, as yet, you'd suggest it's not quite...
Not quite for Hamilton, but again, look, with regards to, I mean, I probably would rather use the word visitor levies. You would have seen that under the Local Government Funding Productivity Commission report, that did get removed in the draft. There was basically an idea that another mechanism for local government to set to look at were implementing visitor levies. That got removed from the final report by the Productivity Commission. Okay. However, I would say that from the tourism industry perspective, and definitely from our perspective, I think it is a good opportunity for local government to look at providing visitor levies. It's no different to any other country or destination around the world to help fund increased demand from visitors.
All right. Now, just on the COVID-19 thing, I note that China is only our fourth biggest market, etc. But how is it affecting travel from the United States, Australia and Europe at this stage?
At this stage, it hasn't impacted as much. What we are seeing, though, is reduced air capacity on our international long-haul routes. So, again, you will see, I think even last night, Air New Zealand again reduced some of their capacity on the long-haul flights out of Asia and North America. So, for us, it's going to be more around whether we have air capacity continue with that growth.
Right, okay, cool. And last question, if I may. The drop in domestic spend, the visitor spend, that's a $16 million drop. What do you hand that down to?
It's just the end of year, so we are a seasonal event. So again, a seasonal industry. This report was from the 1st of July. So from July through to around October, we don't experience a lot of visitors anyway. We kind of had a bit of a drop off. Our business market is still strong. And we don't have a lot of events outside of field days during that time of year as well.
Right, so you're expecting the next 6 month one to...
It bumps back up again, definitely.
Thanks, Ryan.
Thanks, Mark. Deputy Mayor.
Jason, I just want to explore the Airbnb issue that Mark raised just a little bit further. So we hear stories of our motel accommodation and that some of our motel accommodation is being used by government agencies to put up people who are struggling to find accommodation.
Correct.
Do you have a kind of feeling for how much of our motel stock is used for that?
I'm not sure at all. All I would say is... You don't have a kind of any sort of feeling on that? I'm just No, look, all I could say is compared to other parts of New Zealand, such as Rotorua right now, and Whangarei, we aren't seeing too much impact. But again, that's more anecdotal evidence. I don't receive any sort of information around government agencies using it for short-term accommodation.
But you must have been in contact with the motels and all
exactly.
that. Exactly. So you know which ones aren't available.
That's right. So at this stage, we only have a couple I probably know of that are pretty much used for that, whereas the bulk of our motel accommodation right now is still available for business and leisure travel.
Great. And you mentioned the Airbnbs, and so looking at the figures, 592, 49% is the whole house.
Correct. Entire home, yes.
That's maybe 300 potential rentals, I suppose you could say.
Correct.
That are being used for another purpose.
Correct. But again, as I said, what we saw is definitely spikes. So sometimes you may see during the middle of winter, entire homes being listed. To me, those are just short-term, someone's away for a couple of weeks.
Okay.
You see it around events. Again, people are just kind of moving out for the weekend to obviously make some passive income out of their property. So we don't, but again, we do have a listing or number, I don't have it right now, of the ones that are consistently used on Airbnb.
Do you, I was talking to some councillors in Rotorua recently, and they feel that they've reached a tipping point in terms of, I think they said they had 1,000 Airbnbs. They have started to become concerned and started to feel that it is impacting on commercial accommodation, but also they're concerned about the rental market or lack thereof.
Correct.
Do you think there's a tipping point for Hamilton? What would it be based on your conversations with other cities, do you think? Are we getting close to it?
I would say we're probably not at this stage. And look, and the other reason being is Hamilton, again, this is around the city boundaries, but we do have a lot of people that stay actually outside. Cambridge as well is probably our second accommodation hub. So for us, it's probably Hamilton actually has a wider service or catchment area with regards to accommodation. We have a big day trip market as well. So at this stage, I would say, look, it's comfortable, but if we got more large-scale accommodation, which would be the ideal, then potentially that may level off the playing field, I would say.
Okay. So, sorry, last question. So I'm getting from that now perhaps is not the time yet for us to be looking at a bed tax or anything like that, or a visitor.
No, but I would say they definitely keep, and that's what you're doing with Rotorua, definitely keep an eye on what is happening nationally. We would hope that there would be some sort of national guidance around visitor levies. Bed or accommodation is only one way to collect that visitor levy, and that's why, it's been labelled a beds tax, but really it's around anyone who's a visitor into our region, whether they be domestic or international, should be expected to pay a levy if they're going to be using our infrastructure.
Yeah. Thanks, Jason. Thanks, Chair.
Thanks, Mayor Paula.
Thank you. I'll follow up on that line of questioning about Airbnb, and just for councils, just to remind council that I am appointed to the International Visitor Levy Board for Minister Sage in Wellington, and so I'm happy to update councillors at some stage on the thinking within that group. I have once previously, but I'm happy to talk about that. And Jason, you're absolutely right. It's very little reference to bed anything. It's to do with entry charges, international ports and things like that, through the airports, what have you. It's the question for us is how it gets spent.
Correct.
For the best value for our tourism industry here. So questions on that. With the Airbnb, last time councillors who were part of the LTP will recall it did come up in questioning for the long-term plan. I think the hospitality industry or the accommodation industry in particular came to us and gave us a submission to the long-term plan, if not the annual plan before. It was within the last term, and they were asking us to explore, and I guess this is still open to us. I'm asking staff if we are able to explore some of the better pieces of policy that some parts of the country have in place for Airbnb. So, which might include, for example, a limitation on numbers of nights you can rent out, so that avoids renting your house at full time all the time to transient visitors, as opposed to renting it to a family. So, when would be the right time? Probably not quite in the middle of an annual plan, but when would be the right time for staff to bring us a piece of work around this, even if it's a peer review of what's happening in other parts of the country, to raise that conversation, and maybe we could look out that submission that came from the accommodation sector, private accommodation sector, from previous council. Question. Don't know who's directed at. Sort of looking generally at staff at this one. And everybody. Well, Jason might have said what. We don't need to, but I'm aware of a bigger body of conversation. I'm just asking when would be the time that we might bring back to the table so we have a better understanding of the types of policy that apply to Airbnb without nobbling their knees.
Can I come? There you go. I was just going to say, probably we will need to have a bit of a conversation about what that program of work would look like and how much work is there, but I'm happy to come back and let you know what that could look like as soon as possible.
Because you must have had conversation, I know you're saying it's not a big impact on us, but will have had the same conversations I've had with some of the hotel owners.
Exactly.
And so there is a sense of uneven playing field around it?
That's right. And look, and Local Government New Zealand have done a lot of work around this as well. So again, you'll be aware of Queenstown Lakes District Council's visitor levy, which is going through shortly. So I think, look, as a sector, local government are looking closely at what will happen in Queenstown. Based on that, that will hopefully set some further direction around what everyone is doing. But look, definitely, look, Local Government New Zealand have a lot of information as well on what some of the other councils have already put in place around number of nights. If someone is renting their property out for more than X amount of nights, there is commercial rates that will be charged to their property.
And differences for home hosted versus empty house.
Correct. So again, I would say look to Local Government New Zealand for guidance, and obviously share some of that reports as well. Plus the Local Government Productivity Funding Commission report obviously clarified and did a lot of deep dive research into visitor levies overall. So again, that piece of work report is still available publicly as well.
Okay, thank you. And freedom camping, we hear from time to time concerns from people one way or the other, some who would like some more facilities, some don't like the adverse effects of occasional freedom camping. Are you aware of anything that impacts on Hamilton City Council in particular, or you're not hearing much? It's more the wider region?
Yeah, it is more the wider region, and it's probably in areas that do not have access to facilities. I think, there was recently a story in Waikato Times around Porritt Stadium. Obviously, that's one of the facilities, but again, your freedom camping zones are kind of in places which already have facilities available, rather than some that are in more of our rural or remote areas that actually have no access to any facilities. So.
Okay. And just, are you engaging with the IVL advisory and MB on the international visitor levies and the implications? Because the conversation is happening very high level about where that gate charge would be applied, how it would be 50-50 to infrastructure and conservation. Are you having any discussions, or are you interested in sharing any views on that?
So we do regularly with MB around that. What they've clearly stated for us is for the 50% of the tourism side, is a lot of that will go into Milford Sound and Fiordland, and I think given the current impacts that they've had with adverse weather conditions as well, I think as a sector we are happy that that is their main focus for the tourism side of infrastructure funding for the next 2 to 3 years, until they decide on what else they will look to invest in. So from the tourism side, they're also obviously trying to develop on an investment plan, and I think that will provide us all some clarity. But destination management is definitely something that they are willing to invest in, which is good. So more than building attractions is actually around infrastructure as well.
So you have those conversations about what we need in our area of
Our
tourism?
area, definitely, yes, our region.
Are the government hearing that?
I think
because as you say, this big spend can come in through the front door, I suppose, but where does it go?
Yeah, that's right. Well, at the moment, it's not going to many places, as you know. So for tourism, it's definitely one that we're still working with MB on. That's all I can say. We're trying to get our regional voice out there, but it's part of the national plan as well.
Mangai Te Pora. You're up.
Just staying on the Airbnb line. So marae stays, because we have large groups. So if we took the kapahaka, you have large groups that would just stay on the outskirts at the marae. Yet all those people will contribute. So how do we count things like marae stay?
So Marae Stay is classed as a commercial accommodation provider, because as you know, it's kind of, they're one-offs sometimes. So they're not, we don't have a commercial Marae Stay within our region. However, they are counted based on their expenditure. So they might not be spending money on the guest night or to stay for accommodation. We know it's probably through koha, but again, that's not captured. But their spend is captured, or their visitor numbers are captured through FPOS, cash, credit card transactions that happen during their stay. So if they're not from our region, they are captured as a visitor, and their expenditure during their travel or their stay here is captured. So that's how we capture that spend.
Yeah. So I'd suspect that with the rise of cultural tourism, that the marae stays would move up, and by any means we don't want them to move into a commercial stay, but I think we still need to capture those experiences and the utilisation of marae for tourism
Absolutely.
destinations.
And look, we've discussed that for many years with Marae. The issue we have is for group travel. They want confirmation and set times when they can actually go into those marae to stay.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, due to whether it be through tangi or hui, there are reasons why marae cannot be open for marae stay. So it doesn't quite work for the travel sector. They want to pre-book accommodation for up to 52 people for maybe 6 weeks at a marae, and that, at the moment there isn't a facility available that actually can guarantee that. So one-offs or short terms around tangihana or any other types of activity is fine for a marae, but definitely for wholesale group travel where they want confirmation that they can definitely have accommodation, is hard, and that's what we've been trying to work through.
And so we are working around the,
Yes, we are.
cultural tourism and building something.
Yes, and some marae, like up at Huntly, look, they're pretty clear that they try and allow 3 to 4 nights per week free for marae stay.
And so just staying on the Te Aki promise, that concept of Te Aki, that's socialised and embedded with all of our tourism operators within
Correct.
the Waikato?
Correct.
Yeah, cool. And so just following on from that, there's some opportunities around the halal tourism market, and have we explored that? I see little snippets of it, but nothing quite.
Yes, so 2 years ago, actually last year, we run an annual halal tourism symposium here in Waikato.
Oh, wow.
That's in partnership with the University of Waikato. So we do look for opportunities. Number one, for us, it's really around providing accommodation and also food opportunities or F&B, hospitality opportunities for our halal tourism. So yes, no, it's still an emerging market for us, but we do have some designated halal-friendly type tourism product that we have here in our region.
And so over the next 6 months or the next 12 months, we'd look to increase that?
I think what we're looking to increase right now is domestic activity overall, just to buffer the lack of visitors that will be coming internationally from COVID-19. So our current focus is really to try and make sure that we meet market demand and we try and stimulate more New Zealanders to stay
what I mean
here.
by that is, even with the domestic traveller coming out, that the halal. Yeah.
So I would call that I call that an always-on activity. So it's not something that we just stop or focus on. It's something that we focus on every day. So to me, it'll be continually to grow that opportunity and those experiences across our region all the time.
Kapa. Thank you.
Kia ora.
Thanks, Te Pora. Councillor Maxine.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure you've had your 9 minutes, but so I'll be brief. Earlier in the morning, we heard from our airport and the discussion around international and offerings, also our domestic scheduling. And we've already touched on COVID-19 and some of the implications that will have on our domestic travel market. I see that our internationals are only around a quarter of the take that happens in our district, and I wonder, and I'm interested in what other impediments that might stop those international visitors coming in, the opportunities that we might have, and also the influencing that you and your organisation can have around some of that airport travel stuff.
So look, one of the main impediments right now for international travel is large-scale commercial accommodation, and I've been banging on about that along with many other people around this table for a few years. A lot of our long-haul markets, or our Western markets particularly, and our Asia-Pac markets demand a hotel of a 4+ star plus standard. Again, we do have some good product here with Novotel Tainui and Ibis, Distinction, as well as the Days Suites and Inns, which will be about to be flipped into a Ramada. So look, we do have some good product, but we could do with more. And that's really to service our wholesale markets. That's group travel. Some of our big coach markets that actually demand that everyone can stay in one hotel and they can all stay within the CBD. So I would say that's our number one impediment now with regards to that. I think the city has already proved previously around the value of having international flights out of Hamilton Airport, so I don't think it's the airport itself, it's definitely around the supporting infrastructure for that as well. Because look, for the international market, Hobbiton, Waitomo Caves and Hamilton Gardens are what we call our three heroes for internationals, but because we cannot hold them here, we know that if someone can stay one more night here in Waikato, they would actually spend more, especially in the city. So that's definitely our major impediment right now.
And in terms of the domestic opportunity, how are we leveraging off, the desire for Hamilton, for New Zealanders to be staying local rather than to be travelling overseas?
Yes, so we're about to launch, we already have regular campaigns. We run short escapes campaigns. So our current one is currently in market now for Balloons Over Waikato, targeting the family market. That's in our drive markets of Hawke's Bay, Taranaki, Taupo, Rotorua, and also our biggest drive market out of Auckland. So we basically provide marketing and inducements to get people to come here wrapped around major events and some of our seasons. So whether it be coming to see the blossoms in spring, coming to Hamilton Gardens or Mangatauteri during spring as well. So again, it's what I call an always-on activity to try and get more and more New Zealanders and locals to have a staycation.
And someone in the Chinese community raised just the other day the fear that they hold, just while you mentioned balloons over Waikato, the night glow and the number of people who will be at that event, and COVID-19 and the concern that they hold around that, given that it's come out of the Asian community and the connections that they may have with people there. Is that something that is being thought about or
yes, so we regularly review with all the event promoters. We've actually got another meeting tomorrow. We probably make weekly reviews around events. As you can see, there's lots of events that are being postponed or cancelled around the world, and also within New Zealand. But look, for us, look, my last conversation was with Michelle Connell last night, who runs Balloons Over Waikato. She has put in all the right measures right now, all precautions that we would expect. They're providing hygiene stations throughout Balloons Over Waikato, whether it be the Mass Ascension or Night Glow. And for me, particularly and for our operators right now, we probably want to still hold events because, again, if we stop events, then actually it kind of shows that we're closed for business. Balloons is a different one too for me as well. It's a social event. It's more for our families and for families around our region to actually go to something free. So I think, if anything, Michelle is more than adamant that we will continue with Balloons Over Waikato, but there's definitely been measures and monitoring that's undertaken probably daily, whether that be through balloons right through to conferences that we're currently hosting in our city as well.
Thanks, Jason. That's all, Chair.
Thanks, Councillor Maxine. Just quickly, Jason, picking up on some of the conversation around bed nights from several elected members, and I don't know where it's going to land in terms of, but I just I'm channeling previous councillors today, so I channeled Councillor Leo and did a quick calculation. I don't know what the average bed night is per Airbnb, but if it was 25 nights per year times the 592 properties, it's 14,800 bed nights away from potentially commercial operators. So I think it does warrant just to know, obviously at peak season it benefits us, but off season it potentially erodes our commercial operators. So I'd just be interested to have some feedback on that, and I appreciate Mayor Paula's across that visitor levy scene as well, but I think this isn't going away, so perhaps more data and future reports around that space could be helpful. Cool. Thank you. We'll move into sewer. Moved by Councillor Mark. Oh, are you for question or debate? No, debate. Seconded by Councillor Martin. We're in debate. We'll start with you, sir.
It's very good report. Thank you very much. And obviously, as things evolve, the huge potential, albeit the Australian economy is hit, but one is intrigued around behaviours that where people may have been going further afield, then talk interstate, and then talk New Zealand as part of that interstate narrative. That, and I note that. But a very good report, and thank you for that and the good work you do. My comment is directed, particularly in the context of this committee, at our staff team and ourselves. Last year we had this bizarre situation where there was a proposal to change the eyesight operation, and I never forget in Committee Room 1, we were talking about the $500,000 or so we gave eyesight in utter, total, bizarre isolation to the fact that we give tourism $1 million plus in terms of, and this is not detracting from what we contribute to Tourism Waikato, but what I want through our AP and LTP is the total joined up discussion. So if we talk about major promotions for gardens, eyesight, tourism, Te Waka and all the other things, the train to Auckland, all the regional theatre, is that we have a kind of a broader envelope and overview, so we don't just get into some narrow thinking without sort of interconnection to the rest. That's all I say. So that's more of a comment about our internal processes, not querying what we give to Tourism Waikato at all, and thank you for the report.
Councillor Mark.
Thank you. I'm quite happy to yield my speaking position to the seconder, but mark my words, this will be a very different report next time around. Whether or not the hysteria over the coronavirus is warranted or not, it is there and it is affecting business. We have been in a glorious position for the last 7 or 8 years in tourism, haven't we? Where everyone wants to come, we've done all the right things. And this is really, I would suggest, one of the first blots we've had, or one of the first threats we've actually had. So be prepared for some different numbers next time he says, looking into his crystal ball. And with that in mind, I think we've got to be very careful to make sure that our domestic tourism is protected, because that's always been kind of solid, good and solid for Hamilton. And with that in mind, I would strongly urge councillors to look very closely at what we offer our domestic tourists with respect to the zoo in Waiwhakariki as we come up to our upcoming discussions, because we've got to keep the foot on the pedal with regards to that. I'm also concerned about the messaging we're sending out to the Airbnb market at this stage. I don't necessarily share the concerns, but I'm keen to see the data on it. I just don't think we've got enough bed nights in our commercial operators at the moment, largely through the point that you raised, Jeff, about how much of that is being used for emergency housing. But I just don't see that we've got enough commercial bed nights to be affected by an Airbnb market at the moment. We're an Airbnb town, so we should be encouraging as much as we possibly can with our language while we are trying to prudently find the data. I don't want to see us, like I thought we were last time, greedily rushing towards the idea of a bed tax. I think we just need to be really quite careful about that. We are going to have to protect our domestic tourism market fiercely. So we need to keep working on the things that that do help our domestic market, like the Balloons Over Waikato, like the zoo, like Waiwhakariki, and become a far more sticky experience so people stay a wee bit longer. So thanks, Jason.
Mayor Paula.
Thank you for the good work that you do in this area. I wanted just to comment, I support Mark's comments in terms of the diversity of tourism offering, and I look forward to Hamilton Waikato Tourism informing the priorities of our long-term plan in terms of where we make the next set of priorities for visitation to Hamilton, and support Mark in his comments around domestic tourism. We know that the Hamilton Zoo, for example, is a very strong domestic tourist magnet, and not only that, it's good for locals, but we'll be looking to fund a variety of projects in the long-term plan, and we need to understand where we get the biggest gain, and that's where your advice comes in. And I know we can't have all our eggs in one basket, and the Hamilton Gardens is phenomenal, fantastic, the best, and all of that, but we need something more. But wait, there's more. And so in that respect, looking forward to that. In terms of the International Visitor Levy, it's still all operating at a fairly high level from a government perspective. In fact, the International Visitor Levy Board has only met twice, and there's another meeting coming up. But in respect to that, we have to be careful of banding around terms like bed tax when that's not the current thinking of the government at all. But I know you were talking about Airbnb, Mark, but in general, we have to be careful of that. The government is set on collecting a levy, and its priority is to potentially collect it at the borders through airports, which makes sense because that's where everyone comes. The conversations that we're having is if that might be around about the $45 per visitor came on the ticket, if it did, that the amount's not yet determined. What how would that be spent? This is very, very early days. The minister makes the call in the end. But how does that money get distributed? And as Jason has rightly pointed out, there are a lot of pressures on the South Island, some of our key draw cards from international visitation point of view, and we want to support those because it is the most beautiful elements that get people into the country to see everything else as well. It's also beautiful. But it does concern me that we do have our voice. I'm acting as an agent for the minister in this respect, in the conversation. But from Hamilton's perspective, wearing my Hamilton hat, we've got to be quite clear that we have our conversations with government as this plays out as to where we want the tourism investment to be. 50% of that IVL would potentially go to conservation, and not necessarily visual conservation that you can see, but offshore islands, marine sanctuaries and other things like that. So it's an interesting arena. I'm thoroughly enjoying the privilege of being able to be in that conversation. Happy to bring you a further update following the next meeting.
Councillor Ewan.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Look, I just want to congratulate you in the work that you continue to do. I think you're a good operator and you know your business. I'm really looking forward to seeing that proactive strategy about packages for the new train service. I think it's an amazing opportunity, and I would love to see that being reported on in, say, 12 months' time once you've had 6 months up and running. But just seeing you working with your members and putting packages together. My final comment, I'm looking forward to getting more data about a potential Airbnb type levy. We wouldn't be the only city, I think, around the world that starts to look at creating a level playing field. I think we need to remind ourselves that hotels and commercial operators pay commercial rates, and they carry the burden of all the regulatory compliance, while Airbnb operators are entrepreneurs, which I fully embrace. And look, I've dabbled in that area too, and I wouldn't mind paying my fair share of city tax. After all, shouldn't I be playing on a level playing field? So a lot of data still to come in, looking forward to that, to be able to frame our thinking. But I think we need to source that data.
I missed your mover. Did you want to write a reply? It was a very sticky speech. Very good. All right, we'll go to debate. All those in favour? Sorry, what's it called? Voting. Any against? Carried unanimously. We're going to keep moving because we've got to work at 1:15. We've only had 45 minutes, so we're going to go back to this item around the airport. Thank you, Mr. Dawson. We've been working on a motion with staff. Sean's going to come to the table. Can we get that up at all? Just so everyone can look through that. Ewan, as the mover, do you want to read through that, just to give it context?
Sure.
It's up now.
Oh, it's up there?
Can you see that all right?
On the basis that I can just receive it there. Do
you want Jen to read it?
Yeah, would you mind? Well, I wonder, the letter of expectation is in the PX part of your agenda, so everybody could flip through to that. You would see the letter, and this is the recommendation that tries to embrace that. And then if you'd like to read it out, Jen.
It might be easier for you to read it out because you're going to read it off the screen, right? Otherwise I'm going to be...
Saw Nick?
So that the Economic Development Committee receives the draft Waikato Regional Airport Limited draft statement of intent 2020/21. B, approves the letter of expectation for the purpose of further consultation with the RAL shareholding councils and the RAL board. Request the CE consult with other shareholding councils on the draft letter of expectation to seek a consensus. Request staff report back to the 30 April council meeting with the feedback on the draft letter of expectation for final approval. Notes that the final letter of expectation must be received by rail no later than 31 May 2020, and requests that the final Waikato Regional Airport Limited Statement of Intent 2020-2021 be circulated to members once approved by the rail board.
Sorry, I missed a few of those. We were going to remove the draft element on those other lines. Effectively, we're signing off on that letter today to go forward to the shareholder councils. So we're just removing the words draft.
So I'm happy to move that, and I think Councillor Hamilton has seconded it, and I'm happy to speak to it if there aren't any questions.
I've got a question.
Yep, I'm just
on the motion.
Yep, okay, yep.
Yeah, sorry, it's in relation to point C, where it says request the CE consults for the shareholding councils. I am wondering why it's just staff there. I would prefer to see the CE chair and deputy chair consult to ensure, because this is a politically driven point, clearly, about that's the letter of expectation, and I think our politicians with the responsibility in this area, it's worth them being involved as well. Not instead of, as well.
I'd just like, if we could change that then to, or a delegate of the Economic Development Committee, so it doesn't bind.
And?
Yeah, yeah, I'm happy with that.
Thanks.
Okay.
Sorry, I'm just going to go to Sean just to speak to that, if you've got anything to add from a context point of view, and then we'll go around for questions which will come via you.
Look, I don't have anything to add. I think that last suggestion's a good idea.
Okay. Sorry, we're going to be asking questions to the GM though for this, not to me. Or, you know. Absolutely happy to have, and would love to have the mayor involved in that. I think that's really important. So if you're happy as a mover.
Yeah, absolutely.
Of the mover, just regards the consensus element of C, if you don't get consensus, what happens then? You know, I'm not trying to be mischievous, I'm just wondering, because I don't want it to stall as a result of it.
Yeah. I guess one of the reasons I asked Ryan to change the word draft to being our letter of intent, because initially it said draft letter of intent.
Yeah.
I'm all for having the debate today on the letter of intent from the Hamilton City Council, and if it passes your view, then I believe that's our position. Mm-hmm. I totally respect that other shareholder councils may draw a separate position.
Yeah.
And I think, in fact, they should be prepared to stand on their position, and we should be prepared to stand on ours. Mm-hmm. I also respect, however, the the chair of the airport board has asked if there was an opportunity to have consensus, it would make their job so much easier.
I understand.
So that's why we've worded it that way. I would imagine if this committee was to agree upon whatever that document says, that is our position. And if there's any alteration to that position, it would come back.
Okay, because I just didn't want it to want this to fall over for you by looking so absolute, you know. So I'm quite happy with that.
Yeah, and having said that too, I don't think there's anything that's too far of left field that would cause, would trigger.
Oh, totally.
Desperately hard.
No, cool.
Mayor Paula?
No, I'm fine, thank you.
Are there any other questions? Okay, we'll go to debate. Is there any debate? Start with Ewan as a mover.
Look, I'm asking all of you to support this. I've had a long-held view that the airport should have a strong aeronautical drive while respecting it to pursue all sorts of other commercial activities. And I've felt that in the most recent past, we have encouraged the airport to focus their aeronautical focus on simply building regional services. What this letter talks about is we're not asking them to move away from that focus, but to broaden the focus to also to discuss international seasonal charter flights and knock on doors to see if there is an appetite for international regular passenger flights. This letter is not at all trying to say that we or the other shareholders should lengthen the runway. In fact, it specifically says that they should pursue opportunities based on existing runway length and existing terminal infrastructure. And we heard today that nothing that's happening out at the terminal over the next 18 months would detract or limit the airport company's ability to proceed. And we're also saying in this letter, if opportunities come to you, or as a result of you making inquiries and checking in with carriers within the region, if opportunities come forward, that if they have a financial implication, that they should come back to this council and all the other council to have a discussion. I have worked really hard, and Ryan and Jeff have helped me to try to choose words, and Sean, to try to choose words that would not alienate our other shareholders and would enable the airport company to pursue a broader business opportunities. I remind Council that the airport currently has said on the record that the mandate from other from Shareholding Council is that they are not to pursue international flights. This negates that. It does not specify how we're going to measure them, but nor do we specify how we measure the airport company in regards to their hotel activity or any of their other activities. We'll leave that to their board and permit them to present back to us on their reporting process. This is why I'm asking for your support on this matter.
Deputy Mayor.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Look, I'm happy to support the tone and content of our letter of expectation, and we've seen today the airport's done a terrific job in recent years. They're ahead of the goals that they'd set themselves. They've consolidated the position of the airport, which has been perilous at times in past years, through consolidation of land, through land sales, through increased passenger numbers significantly, the hotel development recently, the upcoming terminal upgrade, of course. So through this great work, they've put themselves and the city in a sound position to move forward and to be open to new opportunities should they arise. So in our letter of expectation, all I'm really saying is why would we limit unnecessarily the airport's future opportunities? Why would we limit the possibility of shareholder changes should they come up in future? It's probably unlikely, but they may well do. Why would we limit that possibility? Why would we not want to keep our eyes open for other aeronautical opportunities should they appear? It just seems to me a sound position to be in. Obviously, it's not my field of expertise, other than a brief foray to Malaysia to co-write a book about a certain plane. I don't have expertise in the matter. But should there be a possibility for, say, a charter flight in Pacific Islands or Australia or something, why would we not allow ourselves to be in a position to act quickly So this is not a signal that, for me, that we want the board to drop everything and chase international flights at all costs. It's just a keenness to keep an open mind, an acknowledgement that the board has done a brilliant job over recent years and put the airport in a great position to move forward. Let's continue to move forward and just keep all opportunities open, keep an open mind.
Councillor Martin.
Thank you. I think the Deputy Mayor undersells himself. I'm not sure who else wrote the book, but that book on the disappearance of the Malaysia Airlines flight was a very, very good read and some very good research. But also you undersell yourself, Deputy Mayor, in the sense that as a prominent and esteemed member of the media in terms of the Waikato Times, you're right across a whole range of economic development and evolution. And one of the things you immediately think about this airport, it sits in a region, Waikato Bay of Plenty, within an hour and a half drive of that airport, of 766,000 people, and over the next 10 or 20 years that will grow. And what Councillor Wilson is pointing out to us is we should not be settling for some sort of B-grade regional operation. I'm not outlining how important it is to have all those domestic connections, particularly in terms of the the gateways into the South Island, obviously, the Christchurch, etc. We should also, and Dave Mack keeps going on and on about this, we keep talking about the future rail corridor to the airport, and it does sound like Groundhog Day, because in the 10 years I've been on this council, of course, I am 10 years, but I will say that the corridor, we keep talking about that. We talk about the H2A to Auckland, and obviously we should increasingly talk about the H2T to Tauranga, Taupo, Tokoroa, Rotorua. So if you look at the geographical location of this airport, it sits. Now, there's no doubt that the completion or the point at which the expressway reaches the airport, and that's happening within the next 2 years, is going to potentially even revolutionise a whole range of alternatives in terms of people who live along that H2A growth corridor. And also we're starting the passenger, we're talking about the Purnui link to Auckland International Airport. Obviously, eventually, one day, we will have the foresight, both in terms of freight, to make sure that we get that rail corridor into our airport. So this long-term stuff is really important, and this obviously updated letter of intent, which will be discussed in greater detail in the confidential part of our meeting, is, in my view, well overdue. And the other thing I want to say is that we must assume, as a 50% shareholder, we must assume constructive leadership. We must not be reactive. And this is what I'm really delighted and pleased with this committee, the reenaction of an economic development committee. Thank goodness. Compliments to the Mayor for getting this one up again. But also the fact is we should be, constructively with our partners, must assume leadership. We'd be ill-serving our shareholder ratepayers if we don't take that leadership. So I'm, with enthusiasm, fully supporting this amended statement of intent. And obviously we get into some really deep micro-commercial type discussion in the public excluded.
Thanks, Councillor Martin. The only issue on public excluded will be the appointment of directors now, because we pulled that other one out. We pulled this out of publicly excluded.
Yes, what I'll give notice, being fully transparent in public excluded, I will talk a wee bit about getting the balance right between having the deep dive commercial type discussions in public excluded, because we do have other competitor airports, believe it or not, actually. I don't ever see the Auckland board of the Auckland.
We're going to get to that.
Are we going to start the 3 minutes?
No. Councillor Mark.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And look, I'm going to be very, very careful not to be drawn into promoting the Goodnight Malaysian 370, the truth behind the loss of Flight 370 by Jeff Taylor and Ewan Wilson, because that would be probably some form of conflict of interest. But while I was working very hard at not promoting Goodnight Malaysian 370, the truth behind the loss of 370 by Taylor and Wilson, I did have a note. I did note that it is available on Kindle and Amazon. But that does, which brought me to my earlier point, that when you're talking about international flights, you're not just talking about charter flights. You're not just talking about tourism. You're talking about freight as well. And, you know, I can imagine the day where we see DHL and FedEx planes bringing such brilliant products like Goodnight Malaysian 3... No, I'm not going to go on about that. But look, Councillor Wilson and Hamilton, you have my support because this opens the gate in a prudent way. I think we've got the right board in place to tell us if it's a silly idea at the moment, but at least the discussion is there. So it's a no-brainer for me, so you have my support.
Just for the minutes, what was the name of that title again?
Oh, I wouldn't want to go on about it, to be honest.
Councillor Dave.
There's so much commercial interest that's been displayed here recently that I think perhaps we should have been in public excluded for this session. Look, I don't want to echo that, especially not Councillor Gallagher's claim that he's no longer a new councillor, that he's been here 10 years, at least, plus the other 10 before that. But what I am just concerned to mention, even though it talks about, the statement of intent talks about the potential to increase or decrease the shareholding, I would have preferred that it just said the word change, because the moment you have the word decrease in there, you open the possibility a bit more than normal to the selling off of shares, which I never will support for a strategic asset like this. I think Auckland Council, while it might get a good dollop of return from, in a financial sense, in a monetary sense from Auckland Airport, now has very little control over what happens there. And I think that's happened elsewhere. In this case, we need to keep control of that strategic asset, and I would just serving notice, if anyone's trying to sell it off, and they've remembered the water meters campaign, just think about what that one might be like. Thank you.
Okay, we'll go to the vote. Is there any against? Carried unanimously. We've got Te Waka to present, and then we will have lunch. So welcome Mr. Michael Bassett-Foss and Michelle Hollins. We are on item 12, and we are in your hands. Can you present in 7 minutes or less?
Great to be back here. Just an apology from Dallas Fisher, our chairman. He phoned on the way. He's in a meeting about the stadium as we speak with the rugby union and its future use. It started at 10, I think it finishes at about 2, but he's actively involved in discussions, so he just wanted to pass on his apologies. He had intended to be here. He respected meeting with Ryan, yourself and Ewan a couple of weeks ago and looks forward to more dialogue, so I just thought I'd pass that on. So Michelle and I are here to speak to our 6-monthly report. Hopefully you've got a copy with that. I've got a few more paper copies here if any don't have it. So under our partnership agreement with the 10 councils that fund us, we're required to present back every 6 months. So this constitutes the 6-monthly report from July till December last year. We've tried to format the report in a more conversational style, and not only report on the past, also report on looking forward. The other change we've made is that the districts in particular were quite keen to know about what's in it for us, which is fair enough. So we've noted in the report a district level update. So I'll start. Michelle will talk a little bit about some thinking that the board's been doing around sharpening our aim and Te Waka's role in the economic development agenda in the region, and then we'll talk about some of the highlights and where we're heading. So, find the right arrows. Okay. So Te Waka was formed it's a little over 18 months ago now, so this is our third 6-monthly report, and I sort of sense that we're starting to get some real good traction now. Economic development is a long burn function, so it's taken time to scale up. We've still got one of the core roles to fill actually and fire off in the investment space. But
The Economic Development Summit was held soon after the launch in August 2018, where 250 of the region's leaders came together to work up the priorities in what is Waikato's first economic development program. We've spoken to this before. And Waikato was the last region in the country to come together as a regional economic development agency. So it offered the opportunity for Waikato to have a stronger, more joined up set of voices in Wellington, and we're seeing now that government is coming to Te Waka to get a view on some of the regional priorities. So it's starting to, take target. Our objectives haven't changed. It's lift the economic performance across the region, attract, retain, grow investment, talent and business across the region, and champion and lead Waikato's collective voice. And it should, I think, the discussion shifted to collective voices for economic development and business needs. In terms of our funding, we sort of loosely call it a three-way partnership between central government, local government and business, but drilling down a little bit deeper, local government funds 32% of our funding at the moment. Central government funds about the same, 34%. That's targeted at the business growth team services. I'll talk to that shortly. And the balance, which is growing towards 40% now, is from business and large regional trusts predominantly, and initiatives that we can drive in partnership with government. And that's the area that was always intended Te Waka focus on and grow, and it certainly is. The last slide from me, before I pass over to Michelle. Te Waka is an independent company. It was set up to be independent with intent at the start. It has 7 board members now, chaired by Dallas Fisher. Craig Barrett was recently appointed as an iwi representative to the board. That was a process that was undertaken in conjunction with the Mayoral Forum, the Waikato Plan Leadership Committee, and most definitely iwi, who selected the person. So we're delighted to have that dimension on our board, and it will assist drive our engagement with iwi right across the region. The business growth team have 5 FTEs. There's part-timers, so there's actually 6 staff at the moment. They provide New Zealand Trade and Enterprise capability vouchers for business capability improvement, and R&D funding from Callaghan Innovation, amongst a number of other services, including business mentors. They meet with 650 businesses around the region per year, distribute $500,000 worth of capability into those businesses, and last year had $4.5 million worth of assistance for R&D funding. So a really good touch point to small and medium-sized business in the region. The 3 additional staff that have the regional lens are myself, Michelle Hollins as Strategic Projects and Partnerships Manager, and our Communications Manager, Amy, Communications and Marketing. So Michelle, you've been with us 6 months now. The gap in our organisational chart is an investment manager, strategic investment manager. We're interviewing for that role at the moment. So with that, I'll pass to you, Michelle.
So Michael mentioned the Waikato Economic Action Plan 2018 to 2022. We've spent some time with our board looking at how we sharpen the message around what the Waikato needs to achieve economic growth. And essentially here we're looking at sustainable growth and inclusive growth, so working with our communities to ensure that things are equitable and matched around the environmental outcomes and things as well. So you can see at the bottom there, ensuring the health of our wai and our whenua in the approach to economic development. But 3 key things really stand out. So enabling the platform for growth, that's ensuring we've got the infrastructure we need to achieve growth. So that's our support with the region, looking at roading, housing, fibre, telecommunications, the whole lot. How do we make sure that in order to grow, the Waikato has what it needs? The second part is growing our capability to grow. So that's looking at the people resource we have, both in terms of the labour force and the business community network. And then the final part is attracting investment and interest, so ensuring we've got a really strong Waikato story, that what is unique about the Waikato is out there and is a strong message that we have, and it's attracting central government and private investment into the Waikato. So That's really looking at what will help us in the Waikato achieve growth. And the next slide, if you wouldn't mind clicking it, essentially looks at what's Te Waka's role and what role will we play in helping the Waikato achieve its growth. So the first three things we've got there is around leading, enabling and connecting. So Te Waka will play a role in leading the Waikato, so advocating for growth, advocating for central government investment in our region, and advocating for policy change to enable us to grow. We'll play a role in enabling the community to work together, so sharing insights and information to help decision making around economic development, partnering with Māori business and the Māori economy to enable growth, partnering to work on the labour market, so ensuring that we actually have the skills we need. We have such a low unemployment rate that essentially we have a skills shortage and a gap, and how do we transfer communities into work that potentially don't have the skills we need them to have to enable our workforce. The advancement of investment into research and development, and then finally the work that our business partner group do to enable businesses in the Waikato to thrive. The final piece is really our connection, both from the Waikato to national, from us to other regions, and really connecting communities of practice across the Waikato. So whether it be your local ED team, connecting them with the remaining of the economic development team, other councils, whether it be connecting sectors and industries together to help them think differently and challenge the status quo, or whether it be connecting companies and individuals that want to move and invest their money into the Waikato. So that's really our role. So interested in your feedback a little bit later on that.
So I've just got a couple of slides now on what we have delivered, and this is a 6-month view. The little box, traffic light box in the top left is just to remind me to say that we've got a schedule of functions and services and KPIs around activity in our funding agreement with all councils. There's a little traffic light system in this 6-monthly report that reports in more detail on those KPIs that we've agreed with all councils. But plucking out some highlights, I mentioned at the outset that Te Waka's getting quite a bit of traction around advocating with government. We met with 15 ministers, or met on 15 occasions with ministers and senior officials during that 6-month period. I think we're getting reasonably good traction at the ministerial, the political level in government. They've got a better handle on what the Waikato's about and its key sets of priorities. We've got more work to do on the officials level within the key agencies, and we've developed an engagement plan around that. 67 stories to Waikato Story, which is something that we drive, and an increase in Facebook. So it's still increasing its following. We're redeveloping the web platform for that, which will help rocket fuel it. The next bullet point, you know, Te Waka really respected the partnership that was that developed in the recent head office bid process with Hamilton City Council, being able to partner with a council that is so outward looking around business environment, that has capability and resources, absolutely, and a commitment to work together, was really quite a wonderful process to go through. Just plucking out Mike Bennett's name in particular, I know there were others that were involved, but for us, I know, Jen, we've been talking for some time about the roles between Te Waka and Council, Hamilton City Council in our case, for some time, but I think going through that process has helped give us a little more clarity on what that'll look like moving forward. We also felt that having the Chamber and Waikato Tainui in the partnership as well helped to develop those relationships and will stand us in good stead as we move forward. Te Waka signed the deal for $400,000 worth of PGF capability, or funding from the PGF, which we match funded from Deloitte and PwC to have a $800,000 arsenal over 2 years to help fast-track large projects in the region, primarily PGF projects. That money's being put to good use. I won't read all of these out. They're in the book, the report, but I'll pluck a couple more out. And as originally intended, Te Waka would operate in a hub and spoke model. So we set up spokes in Tikawiti, Aotearoa, Te Arawa and Matamata. during that last 6-month period. We've only got Morrinsville to go, so we've nearly completed the regional fit-out that was intended. And there's a common face that fronts the majority of those interactions that we have there. A lot of work going on at the moment in the regional labour market space. Current government, through its review of vocational education, is putting resources into the regions and still launching some programs, and Te Waka's advising on some of the structures and the processes where we can. We partner to implement Te Whare Ohaoha, which is the regional economic development strategy. They're making really good progress. They're about to report back to the Minister, and the partnership being Te Puna Kōkiri, iwi and Te Waka, with its focus on economic development components. Michelle's also heavily involved in the working group around the Regional Housing Initiative and taking that forward around how it's actually implemented. We're also quite pleased, and not only of our relationship with councils. We had the economic development staff from councils in a forum just last Wednesday, and we get together with them every 4 months or so to get guidance on our work, but also into the business community. And just noting there that we had 300 regional leaders at our 1 year on event, and we have a sponsors forum with some of the big end of town to talk about some of the good stuff going on. So we're feeling that we're starting to position quite well in that space too. Just more specifically in the Hamilton environment, we worked behind the scenes with the Provincial Development Unit alongside many, many others for the Waikato Theatre. So it was great to hear that announcement and finally some significant funding from the PGF into the Waikato region. Of the 1.5 million to date in R&D funding into Waikato, 424,000 of it came into the Hamilton area. We issued, this is a 12-month figure, $220,000 worth of capability funding for businesses. Businesses topped that up 50%. So Hamilton's getting roughly about 50% of the share of the capability development funding. And from that 800,000, that was which we didn't really crank up until about September, October. So in the 2 or 3 month period, we spent 13,000 of it in Hamilton. 2 more slides. Looking forward, greater engagement with government, especially at the officials level. We want to engage more fully around the region with iwi and have started that process. We'll partner with Waikato Regional Council and government in the development of a refreshed economic development strategy for the region, and make sure that we align as best as possible with all economic development strategies that exist with councils around the region. Plucking a couple of others out. If I haven't mentioned it already, we're reporting back to Minister Mahuta on the Māori Economic Development Action Plan, and we'll set a pathway moving forward on that. We'll recruit the investment manager and propel that market, that piece of work. And I'll leave the rest of that. In terms of sharpening our aim in Hamilton, we know that each district has its own set of priorities. In the Hamilton context, we're aware that Hamilton-Auckland corridor, the Southern Links, the road to Pairere, the Three Waters, and others are priorities. So we'll be giving those a good nudge as we get alignment around what in fact those regional priorities are. We had a good discussion with some of the team from the Hamilton to Auckland corridor project, and with the Minister's eagerness to get economic development lens across, but really it's a community wellbeing lens across that project, and involving economic development agencies in it. We'll overlay our work program on top of that increasingly, especially around labour market activity. I've noted the Regional Housing Initiative, and unless there's anything else I've missed, Michelle, just happy to take questions.
Thanks, Michael. And just, tautoko what you said around the support and the collaboration with that process you mentioned, and also I think with council, with Te Waka, with the chamber. There's a really good opportunity to continue that synergistic approach as we attract entities to this region. So thank you for your presentation. Mangai Oli.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Thanks, Michael and Michelle, for your report. Really easy to read and understand. Just had a question on page 11 of your report, the second off-track bullet point regarding the economic development role that TPK was going to help fund or appoint. Could you give us an update on how that's tracking along, please? Is it back on track? Or?
Yes, TPK are going through a restructure at the moment. The discussion is alive and well, and I sense it's positive, but if we can attract extra resourcing into the function, we can deliver more. That's fundamentally what it's all about. If we don't, we'll just keep delivering on the same sort of rate we've got at the moment. Suffice to say that we are integrating Māori economic development right through the organisation in a bigger way. We've gone from 5% up towards 20% now of all business engagements with businesses that identify themselves with Māori now, which we're quite proud of.
So, so what I'm hearing you say is that once TPK finishes their restructure, they'll be in a position to reevaluate whether they can co-fund that position?
My sense is that they're actually building that thinking into their restructuring process rather than do the restructure first and then consider. Yeah, it's about how they deliver bang for buck, and can they partner to deliver functions, or do they put in internal resourcing? But, you know, it's their process. We're just talking with them as much as we can.
Okay, yeah. Thanks for that. A question for Jen. Hey, I only had one page of actual official council report. Was there another page missing that or just seemed on the agenda that I got, there was just one page that went straight into the attachment?
You didn't miss out on a second page.
Is that an abbreviated council report template that I'm... I know, just it's quite useful having comment there in case there is anything of particular note.
Yeah, so normally what would happen if there is anything over and above the report that the partner is going to bring, we would include it on there, but that there is just background on that one.
Yeah. Okay, thank you.
Thanks, Manga Ole. I meant to frame this conversation too in saying that I've asked Te Waka to come and present to elected members with an opportunity for us to give some input into that economic development landscape. So one of the ironies is that we approve the funding, and then Richard, as he signs off on the work plan, and we don't necessarily get input to that. So there'll be an opportunity for us to have that dialogue and input into that coming up in, I think, 6 weeks or so. So that'll be a good opportunity. Mea Paula.
Thank you. I won't talk about the NZIST, but I will in my comments later, and thank you for that in there. But in terms of questions, looking at your capability, your people resource one, I'm interested, you've talked about some of the things that you're doing around capability and skills development and gap analysis and that kind of thing. What is working out of what you've done so far and what needs to happen? And I see this in particular against the context of Rove, which is what the NZIST was part of, but at the same time there's a great deal of uncertainty around some of the vocational training, and also we know that the construction industry is particularly hard hit by lack of resources. Even our own City Council finds it pretty hard to get building inspectors to do key parts of our work. So we know we have problems that are impacting on our ability to do good business. What's working at the moment, and what needs to happen to improve that?
So my observation in my early 6 months work is what is working is there is a dedicated group of just around 50 people who are committed to the labour market work. They come from a really wide variety of different organisations represented from the region, and probably mostly centred around Hamilton. The Rove has created a considerable amount of uncertainty, you're right, both in terms of the reforms of vocational education and the uncertainty of provision for how that will work, but also in terms of what everybody's role will be. So even inside the Waikato labour market strategy, we're having to restructure the way our leadership group and advisory group works. So the challenges at the moment are continuing implementation of that strategy while reacting to a government change initiative, which they are saying is one of the largest reforms since the health sector reform, so and changes to the DHB structures and things. So we're about to start some work with the construction sector around looking at what's the forecast demand and what actually can we do to help the sector. So a big focus will actually be bringing sector partners into the conversation to help them lead work programs for change, and probably remove some of the one business entity focus on labour market, I guess, their own structures to push it to a broader conversation. Plenty of work in that space.
I agree.
Yeah.
Another question just around the storytelling, where it's going from now. We told the initial storytelling of the Waikato story. Hamilton story sits there somewhere. Your story of Te Waka. What's the next raft of how we're working on that ability to tell the story? And then I have just one other short one, Mr. Chair.
Yeah, we are on a transition with that platform in telling the story. The Waikato Story platform was always built on an interim platform and is challenged in the way it connects with social media channels specifically at the moment. So it's being redeveloped so that it can be marketed a whole lot better than it is doing. As part of that process, we're trying to better define sort of Te Waka's commercial branding alongside the Waikato Stories branding alongside, Hamilton City's story and the other stories, but also the tourism and events component to it. So we haven't nailed it, but it's a live discussion.
Okay, thank you. Well done on getting 15 points of contact with the ministers. That's pretty impressive. Happy to assist, especially through my office, with reaching out to the officials. Just want to extend that. Do you? In terms of, I know that Te Waka was partly a arm's length from political interference, and I get that. But at the same time, do you see there's further benefit in joint visitation with Wellington, where we create both a political imperative and a business imperative?
Absolutely. And we have gone on visits to Wellington with some of the councils at their invitation. And our feeling is that the ministers appreciate a much better joined up story that come to visit them. And we need to make sure our messaging is aligned. We've talked about that already, and I think we're making reasonable progress on that, although we've still got to lock down bits of it. So at any opportunity that we can offer support in that regard, would welcome thee.
Thank you.
Councillor Dave.
Just through the chair, sorry, if I may. Just to further Michael's comments, Michael and I are also talking about, Mayor Paula, just the Mayoral Forum Initiative and how Te Waka fits into that wider umbrella story and the work that we can do around join up all the initiatives, including Te Waka story. So there is ultimately one bigger picture story that everyone can then link to. So that'll be work that Michael and I will progress in the coming period of time.
Right, thanks. Look, just near the end of your presentation, Michael, you were talking about some of the sub-regional priorities and how you were supporting them, and you mentioned in the same breath that Pairere was one of them, the expressway to that, and I had sudden alarm bells because for us the priority is Southern Links and the Three Waters study, which we've just recently made clear to the government. So it made me wonder how well connected you feel, and Blair probably, that Te Waka is with the Metro Spatial Plan work that's going on that definitely doesn't home in on Pairere, and also the Hamilton to Auckland corridor work, which is clear sort of priorities for this council?
Yeah. Absolutely, I can talk to that. So I've been involved with some of the Hamilton Metro Spatial Planning workshops, and I also talk to us overlaying more and more our work into the Hamilton to Auckland corridor, so feel comforted that that's the case. My mention of the road to Pairere, we're currently in about a third of the way through presenting to 10 councils, and that road is ringing in my ear from when I presented to Waipaha District Council just the other day. But no, I'm fully aware of sort of mass rail solutions and other sort of transport priorities, getting people out of cars and into bikes, and you know some of the priorities of Hamilton City Council's transport agenda. I've got more to learn, absolutely, but you know, so I think Te Waka coming along and us coming up to speed, I think we got involved in the Hamilton Metro planning discussion probably 3 months ago. So this is a transition. I fully acknowledge.
That's earlier than we did.
I'll also note that economic development doesn't have boundaries. Businesses certainly don't see boundaries, although they get frustrated with dealing with different councils, so they acknowledge it. And we are driving partnerships with Priority One in Tauranga and ATEED in Auckland, ATEED in particular around the Hamilton to Auckland corridor.
Thanks.
Mangai Te Pora.
Thank you. Kia ora. The R&D, so Hamilton City 424, but what was the total pool that came out of? And the reason that I'm asking is, what's the sort of innovation that we can look forward to, but are we getting our fair share of what we do within the region? I'll ask that and come to the other stuff after.
Yeah, no, good question. During the 6 months, we facilitated around about 1.5 million in R&D funding. So Hamilton got 420 odd thousand. That funding is quite chunky. It comes through, it can be up towards $1 million for a project, or often it's in the order of several hundred thousand. So I mentioned last year we got 4.5 million in R&D funding for the 12-month period, so we're probably going to have less this year, I think, in the total. I think Hamilton, Waipaha are the major beneficiaries, but then you get R&D projects around aquaculture and Thames Coromandel that'll come out of the blue too. So I think that you'd get at least 50% of your fair share on average if I went back through the years.
And the proportion of R&D for Māori iwi projects or involvement?
Yeah, I don't have that answer, sorry. Yeah, I can find out.
And then with the capability vouchers, because they're a good indicator of the sorts of upskilling skill sets that our business are seeking. Is there any commentary around what type of support the businesses are looking at? Is there anything we can build into the future? Or?
Yeah, again, a really insightful question. And just to give you a little bit of context, the Business Growth Program has been in existence for about 5 years now. That was around before Te Waka was here, as many of you know. The team are required to use an online portal that is driven by government, and it's very clunky and very limited in its reporting, and we struggle to get much out in regional distribution, let alone the types of capability. Having said that, I did see a report just last month, within the last couple of weeks, from NZTE with a breakdown of the funding across different requirements. There's quite a lot for marketing plans, certainly some financial assistance around building business cases and cash flow management. There's quite a big chunk that goes towards governance, capability development. But I'll note too that it's in the report that we are implementing a CRM system so that we know better where the programs are, and we can report better out to the regions, the districts. And if we're seeing a common thread, then we can actually build in advance interventions that, workshops, whatever, to help businesses.
And so probably lastly, just around the KPIs, and you mentioned in the going forward that there'd be a lot more engagement. Is it that we just engage in one-off, or we're building the relationships? Because then I note that a lot of the stuff that seems to be off track, and it might be my view on it, it is my view on it, that seems to be a relationship matter rather than an engagement matter.
Yeah, interesting. So have you got a couple of specific examples I could talk to, or?
I think you're reading this one.
It's probably on page 11, which is the Māori Economic Development that was jumped at.
Yep, that's one of them. Yep.
Yeah, and completed.
I think it's more that the Te Whare Oha, so the refresh of the plan has been an action or activity oriented plan, less a sort of strategic project plan, which is where you can see the shift starting to come in terms of the engagement of Māori leaders, and away from agency delivery of action. So there's a need for us to switch that round over the next sort of 6 months.
Yeah, and coupled with that, there's a discussion. There has been a discussion with the Waikato Plan Leadership Committee about it being sort of the overarching group that oversees Te Whare Oha. Our view is that it's Māori own the strategy. We'd always envisaged that there would be an advisory group comprised of iwi that would provide the oversight. It's actually one of the actions in the plan itself, and so that's still in progress, and we're just one of the voices in that discussion. Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, if there are no more questions, I'll move. Anyone to second? Mangai Oli. Is there any debate? Okay, we'll go to the vote. Is there anyone against? Carried unanimously. Thank you for your presentation. We'll see you guys soon.
Thanks.
To our guests in the back, you've been informed that we're just going to have a lunch break, and we'll come back at 2:30. Yes.
I'm just going to say thank you for the NZIST thing, for leading that day. It was awesome.
We've actually had fantastic feedback by a lot of the people involved. They were really grateful to assist Hamilton in that process, and us all. So
we've got what, another week and a half, 2 weeks?
I know, right?
Thank you. So we'll see everyone back at 2:45, and we'll start. We've got a guest from LGF. 2:30, is it? Sorry, and then we've got Vanessa from HCBA quickly after that. So, thank you. We have a quorum. Yep. I'm just going to let Tracy Musty introduce our next our speakers and our next item, which is item 10, NZLGFA.
So I've got Craig, who's the chair, and I've got Andrew, who's our relationship manager with LGFA. So they have a presentation for you today, so I'm going to leave you in their capable hands to take you through all the exciting things that they've been doing.
Thanks, Tracy.
Thank you, Tracy. Kia ora tātou. Thank you very much for inviting us to speak. You may or may not be aware, but Hamilton was a foundation shareholder back in 2011-2012. Matthew Walker, who was your CFO at the time, was part of the Tight Nine that helped get this organisation off the ground. And from scratch, we're now the second largest issuer of New Zealand dollar securities bonds after the New Zealand government. We have a AA+ credit rating, and we have the majority of local government in New Zealand borrow for their capital expenditure needs through us. So wanted to thank you at the start of this presentation for your support through a number of years, and we've obviously changed to suit the environment. We've got a number of new initiatives underway, and we have a slideshow for you. Happy to go through page by page, but actually we'd like to know what questions you have and what emphasis you may want to put on the presentation in the next 25 or so minutes, because if we know what your particular needs are, we can tailor the slides to meet your questions. So
could we do that? Could we take the report as read, and maybe that way we can just keep the presentation side down?
Fantastic. I agree. That's more efficient. So are there any particular questions you'd like us to answer, or issues you want us to focus on in terms of our support for your funding needs?
Yeah, thanks, Chair. Yeah, I've got a question, and my question is in the appendix and context of the slideshow, and the very first schedule sets out the shares, the current borrowings, the percentage that each of the member councils have borrowed, and what the share guarantee percentage is. Can you just explain to me what share guarantee is?
So there are three classes of members. Effectively, they're the shareholders, and there are 31 shareholders of the business, the Crown and local authorities. There are our borrowing members, our borrowers, and that's now ticked up to 65, I think, from the last count. And then we have a group called guarantors, and that's everyone who is a borrower of over $20 million becomes an automatic guarantor, and they are there to ensure that they provide effectively a cross guarantee to LGFA should a council fail to repay interest or principal at the very end of a capital chain, etc. So they are up for their share of rates on a pro rata basis membership wide, and most councils will have in their notes to their accounts a number representing the value of that guarantee, and at the moment it's very close to zero. So all councils who borrow more than $20 million through us are required to be guarantors.
Okay, so we are so does that mean if we're showing zero in our
That's the value of that guarantee, not
the exposure to liability.
That's right, not the exposure.
Okay, so
apologies.
So am I correct then in reading this to the extent that Hamilton City Council is guaranteeing 3.2% of the total amount of money that's been lent to all of the member councils?
That's my understanding, Councillor Pascoe. That's correct.
Yeah. So why would we guarantee more of the debt when we've borrowed 455 million, and Tauranga, who's borrowed, according to this schedule, 560 million, is only guaranteeing 2.9?
Yes, so
and if I can just follow that through, Auckland, who have borrowed $2.5 billion, are guaranteeing, which is how many times? 9 times our borrowing.
Yes.
Their exposure is less than 9 times.
Yes, so the borrowing decision is up to individual members, how much they borrow. The guarantee analysis or data comes from your share of total rates of members.
Total rates.
Not linked, in other words.
So it's
not
It's
the rates we charge.
It's Hamilton's rates income as at June 2019,
Yep.
as a percentage of the rates income of all the guaranteeing
All the members.
councils.
So it's not linked
So
to
it's
what you
not
borrow.
linked to what we've actually borrowed.
Correct.
No.
Should it be, rather than the formula that you've got? Because as I read that, we are actually exposed potentially in the event of a member failing to repay their debt, we would be paying more of their failure than Tauranga would.
You're not guaranteeing other councils, you're guaranteeing the financial obligations of LGFA. If a council defaulted, it would be a timing issue for LGFA. LGFA has security over rates.
Over the rates of that
if the
local
council,
authority.
just to pick, say Hastings defaulted on 100 million, if it took us 5 years, 10 years, 20 years, we would recover that money through an additional targeted rate. LGFA has plenty of access to liquidity, its own liquidity, plus it has $1 billion from the Crown that it can draw upon. So we don't need that $100 million now. We would just recover that money over time.
So why do we need this guarantee then?
It supports our credit structure and gives us the AA+ credit rating, which is the same as the New Zealand government. So it's critical that councillors understand exposure, although likelihood is very low. No council.
So it would have to be a kind of an end of world calamity that would make us liable, and we're probably not going to be here to pay anyway.
To Andrew's point, to Andrew's point, councillor, the security structure is rates and ultimately houses. So the ability to be able to call on that is in some ways superior to taxation from the central government, as you probably well know. So.
Okay, thank you for that.
The model is based on the models in the Scandinavian countries. The oldest is Denmark, which has been going over 120 years ago. So none of the 4 Scandinavian countries have ever had a council default, and nor have we here, nor has there been in Australia. So the chances are low to start with that a council is going to default. Or just if it gets into financial difficulty, say Kaipara, you just go through this process where things are managed out. In an absolute calamity, while the government doesn't guarantee councils, I suspect you would see strong government support for the sector, if for no other reason than economic productivity depends on, councils providing infrastructure to communities.
If our rates go up proportionately at a higher rate than other councils, then we would see that guarantee increasing over time. That percentage, the guarantee percentage.
If your rates increases higher than what Tauranga is proposing at the moment, for example, yes, that's correct.
We have got a few, like Dunedin, for example, are intending to join this year. So as other councils join the guarantee, we have most of them now, then your share is reduced at the margin.
Okay, no, that's good. Thank you, Chair.
You can see Councillor Rob is very passionate about the subject, and hence the staff recommendation is to move this item back into the Finance Committee. So there was a little bit of toing and froing, but it was fun to have you guys here. I do have a quick question, if I may, just on interest rates, and I appreciate it's probably hard to quantify because it's based on quantum and credit ratings, etc. Where's your sort of base interest rates sitting at the moment compared to the mainstream commercial banks?
Yeah, it depends a little bit. Sorry to answer quite like that, but we have a term structure of interest rates from effectively bills that are 30 to 90 days, right out to 2033 maturity, which is our longest date of maturity. And the slide on the screen in front shows you the spread between ourselves, the green line, and the New Zealand government, the blue line. So depending where you borrow, dictates the margin over local government funding agency margin over New Zealand government bond yields. And that's contracted over time as we've got more liquidity or more issuance in each of those maturities that are effectively the red lines, the vertical red lines.
So you're sitting roughly at about 0.5 percentage point?
Well, yeah, depending on that term structure. So it costs you more currently relative to government bonds to borrow in the longer dated than it does in the short dates. And that choice is up to you, where you borrow, what part of the yield curve you borrow in.
Okay.
Depends which day you ask the question, because interest rates have been moving so quickly in the past sort of few weeks. But in simple terms, short-term interest rates, you could borrow at about 1%, and it's likely the Reserve Bank will cut rates by 0.5% at least this month. So you'll be down to close to 0.5% being able to borrow. In the 10 years, for example, you'd be borrowing at an all-up cost of less than 2%. But to give you some idea what's happening globally, Austria issued debt for 100 years, and they issued it at an interest rate of 0.48%, so less than 0.5% for a 100-year debt. So I think probably the cost of finance is the least of council's issues at the moment. It's incredibly cheap by historical
Maybe we should keep this in
standards.
economic development. All right. Would you like to move this?
I'm happy as long as no one thinks that I have a conflict of interest overseas.
I think it's a pretty transparent conflict. Maxine, did you want to second this? Was there any more questions? We'll move into debate. Any debate? Any against? Carried unanimously. Thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you. Thank you. Thanks for the questions.
Is there anything else Finance Committee would like to take off our broad shoulders?
Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you. We're going to take item 13, HCBA, and welcome Vanessa and Mike. In 9 minutes or less.
Yep.
Their presentation, not your questions. I can't control that.
My presentation? No, oh, I was going to say. I'm up to the challenge of under 5. Apologies. It is very...
While they're getting that up, bearing in mind this is just to receive the report, so you can ask as many questions as you want, but it's not a decision-making. Moved by Bunty, seconded by Mangai Oli. Umano.
Thank you very much.
Thank you for coming.
Thank you, and good afternoon, everybody. I think we both know everybody here, but I'm Vanessa Williams, Mike Neal, and we're here just to, you've already received our report from the Hamilton Central Business Association. So instead we thought we would take you through some highlights that we've had over the last 6 months, focusing on the 3 key areas that we are involved in as the Business Association, which is advocacy, support and promotion. So just to clarify, it's not up there. It is now. Sorry, got a bit of a lag to work with there. This is our bid area. So approximately 1,200 businesses and property owners in the CBD that we are here representing. And advocacy, just to focus on that. So these are some of the projects that we have advocated on over the past 6 months. Waikato Regional Theatre, one which we are, and majority of our members are extremely supportive of. So we have been involved in both written and verbal submissions in support of the theatre. And we also have ongoing workshops that we're holding, particularly with the south end of town businesses, so they can keep up to date with the progress with the theatre and the timelines and any impacts that that may have on their business. We have also spent quite a bit of time over the last 6 months focused on transportation around the CBD. So as being part of the Access Hamilton group last year, we have been looking at cycling and ways that we can make the CBD more cycling friendly, being involved in the talk around creating a cycle hub, end of destination hub based here in the CBD, as well as looking at biking parking. We have also advocated quite strongly for loop cars, which we have received extremely positive feedback about the benefits of having loop cars available in the CBD, and they're generally seen as being an asset around the town, as is e-scooters. So apart from I have people turning up for meetings on scooters, they're generally getting good use out and about around the CBD. And lastly, I've put Busset up there as we've been involved with seeing the best way that the CBD shuttle going to now a CBD service between the DHB and the base could be best worked, and having some involvement there has been good for seeing where that will go, I think starting next month with that CBD shuttle being moved off the main street. As well as the 2 hours free parking. Obviously, we're still working with our, particularly our hospitality and retail businesses who have been quite supportive around the 2 hours free parking at the moment. I also attended a Purple Flag accreditation training course, and this was actually run by the UK. 2 people came out from England to talk to a couple of bids around New Zealand about getting accredited for a nighttime economy. So flag accreditation is something that's done quite significantly overseas and includes looking at things like a blue flag for beach or water places and a green flag for green places that focus on green spaces, and a purple flag is for those that are recognised for having an appropriate nighttime economy. So I'm now accredited to be able to do that in another place, and I also now have a network of people that are able to come into Hamilton CBD when the time is right to look at accrediting us with a potential purple flag to say that we are set up as a nighttime economy in terms of offerings around theatre and movies and nightlife, but also around transportation and safety and all things that criteria that have to be fulfilled around being a nighttime economy, which I think is a good place for the CBD to be looking to go. Some of the support aspects that we've been involved with, we had the challenge of working with Casabella Lane over the past 6 months, which was an area that had a few vacancies and was having a change in identity of what had been previously quite a retail boutique-led area that was suffering from a few vacancies and just generally needing a bit of a rejuvenation. So we worked with the tenants that were currently down there, as well as put in a pop-up shop around the arts, and supported other pop-up shops that were also put in at the same time, and created quite a community of businesses working down there to put on events and showcase themselves and to be a real draw card for the CBD. It was extremely successful and had a good amount of people visiting down that area, and in fact the one shop that we went into as a pop-up store has since been tenanted from that activation that happened down there, so that was a good success story for us. And this is some of the material that we did just to promote Casabella Lane on our social media. So that was incorporating Neighbourly and Instagram and Facebook and activation and promotions just to really get people's interest to go down to Casabella Lane. Also wanted to highlight some of the businesses or the partnerships that we've worked over the last 6 months in our social business space. So we have worked in partnership with the Property Council to do 2 really good events. One was down 586 Victoria Street, where McCall Lewis, you can see, is now based. And the other was at Parkhaven, where we and the Property Council put on an event for all our members to attend and actually see these builds and the impact that they will have in the CBD. Our very own Mark Bunting. Oh, yes. Yes, you are too. That's in Parkhaven, isn't it? We'll do whatever we have to do, Mark. Yeah. We've also held other social business evenings to highlight businesses that have come into the CBD, such as Escapist, that you can see in the top right there. We've also been involved in highlighting some sector-specific initiatives that we've held for both the Tech and the CBD series that we're running in partnership with Cultivate IT, and have put on events for both the hospitality and the retail sector. The top left-hand corner you can see there with Craft was highlighting their new hospitality venture that they were involved in, and where they were looking to have a restaurant potentially as a standalone, but have started it in the pub there. And our AGM in the middle, always a crowd pleaser to host an AGM, which we did at the Freedom Institute of Education. In some other projects, we've also been supporting Waikato Film Hub, which we're hoping to have based in the Waikato, along with Te Waka and Hamilton Waikato Tourism. We were involved in Smart Waikato's SSEP, where I mentor a group of students at Rototuna Junior High and bring them in to see what's happening in the CBD. Sitting on the People's Project Board, involved in the safety of the CBD, including Safe Zone, and worked in partnership with WELL at the top right there to cover our power boxes in an environmentally friendly message around the electricity boxes in the CBD. On to some of the promotion that we're doing. For those of you who haven't visited our fabulous website, please do. It's very cool. And this is predominantly targeting the business community to be able to go and see what we can do to support them. We currently have 38,394 followers on social media, predominantly on Facebook, and that does tend to be where we get most of our traction. We do a lot of posting out of special offers, discounts, new businesses, new developments, places to go, and in fact, one of our most recent ones and our highest reach that we've had was for the ACC build that went up on our Facebook and got a reach of over 110,000 people. So certainly we believe that our social media channels are well utilised within the public. Next to that was a Madam Wu voucher for 45,000 reach of people entering to get a free meal voucher. We also have 3 editions of Hamilton Neat Places now, and 4th will be coming out this year, which is just a great endorsement of, under the brand Neat Places, which is nationally recognised, of some of our hospitality and retail sector highlights that we have. And we've completed the ambassador program with Hamilton Waikato Tourism and have started rolling that out to businesses around both the CBD and the Greater Waikato with Hamilton Waikato Tourism. So targeting as many as we can, including yourselves, I believe, coming up shortly. So that's just an example of some of our posts, which, as a general rule, we would get reach of about 35,000 when we put anything up, highlighting or promoting businesses. And there's our 3 neat places we currently have in circulation, all highlighting areas along the river, and example of our ambassador program. We've also taken an interest over the past 6 months in particular about promoting some of the cultural efforts that we have available in the CBD. So launched in over the past 6 months of last year was Māori walking tours, and we took a range of people on that to be able to go through and see what was highlighted on the tour. As well as you can see a couple of areas of highlight there being Waikato Museum and the sculpture down on the river path there. And we found that people are just really interested in seeing more of our Māori tourism offerings. So in fact, over the last month, we've partnered with the Waikato River Festival to bring some of their cultural tourism from the Waikato River Festival into the CBD, which is great. We're still running our Advantage Club as well to workers in the CBD, and we're steadily building on this database, just highlighting again the business community to people working in different businesses in the CBD and making sure people get out and about from their offices. So far we've done 523 giveaways over the past 6 months on that, and we've had 23 businesses participate. We also had our awards at the end of last year, and that was in the former IRD building down on Bryce Street, and was a great evening of showcasing local business. And we got some excellent publicity out of that, including New Zealand Business and Management magazine who attended. And I'm not sure if that's going to play. Got time? Just thought it would be useful to see one of the businesses.
My name's Richie Jenkins and I'm the General Manager of the Waikato crew here at the Instillery. So we came to the Waikato CBD, we moved into the building here in Sky City in November last year. I think the Instillery is the place to go because we've been focused on talent. So we've been focused on the people first, and by providing an environment that is a cool place to work, we're actually attracting talent from around New Zealand to the Waikato, which we're really proud of. We're really a cloud-focused business, so we walk into any organisation and take a look at their current environment and lead them on a journey, I guess, which can take a few months, can take, but it's really enabling that organisation through native cloud technology. The future of Instillery is pretty exciting because you know, we've got pretty ambitious growth plans. Over the last 6 years, the Instillery has grown from a couple of people in an office in Parnell to us and organise our HQ based back here.
Sorry, I'm going to stop that because the lagging seems to be making that a bit difficult to hear. But in essence, we film all of our award winners and actually then promote all of the businesses that have received an award, and we promote them out via our channels. We utilise HCC channels, Te Waka, and as well as all of the businesses themselves are given their video to use to promote themselves. I attended the Townsville Conference, the International Towns and Cities Conference, where I spoke on CBD activation, and which was very well received, and was a good opportunity to be able to network and hear what other cities and towns around the world are doing, predominantly around the UK, the US and Australia. And finally, our 4 public CBD spaces. So I hope many, if not all of you, have had the opportunity to come down to our events and enjoy them, because we've certainly put on a fair few over the past 6 months. So just to highlight some of them, we've obviously had one of our larger scale events that's held in the CBD, which is around the bridges. You can see there in the centre picture, through to some smaller activations down at Embassy Park at the top right there, and Stories in the Garden at Garden Place. And we also put in an installation in partnership with HCC in Civic Square there as well, which went very well. So we are involved in a whole lot of different activations, and we will consider having anything come into the CBD to target different groups of people who may want to come in here. So whether it's large or small, whether it's a Lego Christmas scene, as you can see there below, or the amazing lights that were down in Garden Place, the Hybercozo Boon After Dark festival that we were involved in, and I'm sure many of you saw those down there for 4 months. We do believe that in terms of an activation program for the CBD, that we do very well by the investment that is provided. So just going forward, to finish up, one of the things that I've been talking to many councillors about and people at council is just would like to lobby to see some improvements or investment around the CBD, particularly around seating and furniture and umbrellas and rubbish bins and bike stands, signage, things that are just create a city attractiveness that really is in need of some investment to go along with the business investment that is currently happening. So here are some examples I actually got from Rotorua, some of the things that they're looking to do, and some things they've already done. And I think particularly around Council's new waste management policy and programs that currently, even our rubbish bins in the CBD don't currently reflect where Council is going, and we need to do a bit more leading by example there. Again, there we go. Buying local, we love local, which sums up obviously what we're about, is trying to encourage as much of that buying local and coming into the CBD as possible. So we will look for any initiatives that support this. And finally, picture of our CBD, and this is just to highlight the involvement we would like to have with the CBD vibrancy group, and being able to have that represented by key stakeholders in the CBD, including ourselves. And if anybody would like a copy of this picture, please let me know. You're more than welcome to one. They were given out at our awards last year. Thank you very much. Any
Thanks,
questions?
Vanessa. I noticed it's just missing that Wintec wall now with that lovely mural on it.
I know. What can change in 6 months?
Hey, just on that ancillary video with the lag, what was their staff? It got cut out.
Oh, I'd have to go back and see it to make sure. I mean, I can send it to you, but
Yeah,
off
just
the top
wondered
of
what
my
their staff
head.
was. Okay,
They're
Mark.
up to about 100 or something, aren't they? Close to 100, I think.
Okay, thank you.
Wow. Okay, you mentioned there about, I'm going to bang on about cycling just for a brief moment. You're talking about monitoring biking and stuff like that. Have you got data collection, or how are you collecting data on cyclists, and are you getting feedback from retailers about cyclists and the likes? Or?
No, not at all. So we don't have any data on cyclists and number of people cycling.
Okay.
No.
Is that something we could work with you on to get some sort of questionnaire or some sort of data?
Yes, I have offered to do that. So we have got, we're quite keen to put out a survey in the next couple of months, particularly around the long-term plan.
Yep.
And it is always good to include as many different things that can be assessed at the same time. So more than happy to have something about cycling in that.
Okay, cool. And bike parking is another one. Could you just elaborate on that?
Bike parking is certainly one that we've had highlighted to us, that there is not enough of it in the CBD, and it does seem to have been talked about for quite a long time, but hasn't actually materialised into anything. I do understand that there is some on order, but probably the concern to highlight there is it's not the numbers that people have indicated they have wanted. So I've had businesses talking to me about the fact that they have bikes in their hallways, they have bikes in offices, that sort of thing. So I guess my concern is around the number of bike stands coming in, because the indication I've had is that it's wanted in the hundreds and more, not in smaller numbers.
Great, thank you.
Just on that, and I think a lot of it now, and you look at a lot of the new developments, it's actually about end-of-trip facilities. It's not just about a park, it's having a locker, it's having somewhere to put your bike securely. You look at the Union Square development on the old Ebbett site, that is a big part of what the offer will be, about end-of-trip facilities. And I think most developers now are incorporating that in part of their development. You saw the McCaw Lewis building redeveloped at the rear of it. There's a secure facility in the car park area now for your bikes, I think, so absolutely secure, CCTV. But but it is the whole package.
Awesome, thank you. And your nighttime economy, I don't want to sort of, but last time I was in America, most of the shopping was done at night time. And is there an appetite with the retailers as well to join in and be open when people are actually there to shop?
There has been some discussion around that, and I've talked with Kiwi Property Centre Place about that. At the moment, they're not looking to change their hours. There has been talk about whether there would be more late nights, and I have had a couple of independent retailers talk to me about wanting to bring back some more late nights, but probably needing the mall as well to have that rather than a few standalone. So, nothing that I can report as yet, but I know that they were looking at, they were doing some focus groups around gathering that data.
Right. But if they suddenly all decided to, yes, do they have to, is there anything we're doing to stop them? Like, is there any sort of...
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay, good to know, thank you. And I'm asking for my friend to the right here about the free parking offer. Is it still being well received in town, and is it still effective for you guys?
Yes. And it's something that I think is good for now. I don't think it's a forever trial, as I suppose the word trial implies. However, I do think that it shouldn't be taken away yet without other things being in place. So I do think it's an offer that's still valid for our retailers and hospitality at the moment.
Awesome.
It could probably do with a little bit more enforcement. I think it's a little bit under-resourced. I think there are people that have worked out how the system works, and cars are probably there a lot longer than they should. The key is turnover, and when it was turning over, probably like it was 12 months ago, went really well. Feedback was awesome.
Right.
And I think people feel a bit more secure that they have a bit more of a retail level playing field
Right.
at the moment.
Great. Thank you, guys.
And they certainly, as a sector, need help.
Thank you.
Thanks, Mark. Councillor Ewan.
Yeah, actually, my first question is to Jen on this matter. Why would we not be requiring Hamilton Central Business Association to provide financials with their report? I understand that over $300,000 is provided as part of a special rate, and an additional $100,000 is provided to fund events. That's $400,000. Why aren't we getting a set of financials?
We do. We get them annually. We get an audited set of accounts. You'll pardon my smile. It's a perennial for Vanessa and I having the conversation about when the audited accounts are coming. They're not with this report. They will be in the meeting after next meeting.
It's biennial, not perennial. That means twice a year we get that, correct?
Yeah, true enough. Yes.
So you'll have them in August.
Question too, Councillor, because I think I've asked the question.
Councillor Ewan, if I'm happy to send you a link to the previous ones if that would help.
That would be helpful,
No
thank
problem.
you. Vanessa, I'm interested, I think I've heard you right saying that you're suggesting that council needs to consider funding some enhancements in terms of seats and umbrellas, etc. In light of the fact that those who are levied the rate which we enable, surely that should come out of the 300,000.
They're not our assets to play with, but in terms of, the council assets to be renewed as opposed to our assets, in terms of the 300,000 and what we provide around that 300,000, there's not any flex as such to be able to incorporate a whole asset
Which would then beg the
investment.
question how you spend the 300,000. And of course, I'm a little blind because I don't have the set of accounts.
And
but
happy to pick
but
that
roughly,
up,
how do you spend your 300,000 plus the 100,000 for events?
So the 100,000 for events is obviously by itself, and that is provided by the events that we put on. And the 300,000 we use to fund the office to be where it is in the CBD, as well as staff, as well as
How many staff, may I ask?
2 of us.
Right.
Yep. As well as to put on evenings and awards and to run social media channels that we have. So anything that we put on, provide or do for the business community is funded out of that 300,000.
Right. And final question back to staff. In the council deciding to enable a special targeted rate, did the council not consider the need to manage the issue of assets if it was important enough for us to enable the funding, that we didn't foreseen the fact that we might want to invest in assets and manage in terms of who would own those assets?
I guess 2 separate questions in terms of the reason that the bid was set up and its role in the CBD is, as Vanessa mentioned earlier, and I can share with you the document that sets all of that out. In terms of other council activity that happens around the Central City, this is kind of a key part of the conversation in that Central City Advisory group in terms of wrangling all of the different, because pretty much every piece of council is doing things within the Central City. So one of the things we're doing at the moment is trying to create a view of how all of that works together. So in terms of there's asset renewals work that happens in the Central City, but also things like footpaths and parks and open spaces. There's all the river plan stuff. So there's a lot of work happening in the Central City that sits across a broad range of council services. And in terms of bringing that all together, that will be happening through the Central City Advisory.
And so that would be our opportunity to review that historic document that set out the bid and the mechanism which we use.
And I'll
to
send
levy
that to you. I'll send that to you now. That's,
Yes, I understand
yeah.
that, but where would we have the opportunity to re-debate if we felt that that was no longer fit for purpose?
So from a committee perspective, that would be in this committee.
In this committee here?
Yes.
Right.
Just on that, the bid policy, we just reviewed last year, didn't we? And is it a 3-year review?
It is a 3-year. You're right, it is a 3-year review. If this committee chose to review it again, then that we would do that.
One last question, if I...
Answer can only be given if it's at the time that we can deal with the rates, which is not every meeting.
Yes.
It's in an annual plan or an LTP round only
Yep,
for
that's
that
right.
part of it. Yeah.
And one last question, if I could, Chair, to Vanessa. Would it be difficult to produce management accounts to enable us to get optics on this each time this committee meets?
No, not at all. We produce monthly accounts for our executive committee.
So maybe that would provide more transparency. So it's just the only external organisation who's presented today where we've had no clear optics on the finances, and there's $400,000 being spent.
And I would be happy to provide those 6 monthly, but as Jen did allude to earlier, we've had this ongoing discussion at when they should be done, and it was agreed between us both that it made sense to provide a set of the final audited accounts. Prior to that, we have done them at 6 and 12 monthly times. So,
Chair, look, this line of questioning is a bit unfair on the submitter, and she's having to field for a decision that this council made to try and line up and this was the committee that I chaired last council, to try and line up their presentations with their annual accounts, which weren't lining up well time-wise. They were out of sequence to a certain extent before. We asked for this annual set of accounts, and we don't happen to be in their annual round. We just happen to be in other organisations' annual round. So we should be answering those questions, not Vanessa. They're fair questions, but it's not fair that the organisation that we've told to do it like this has been put under that.
Agreed.
It's fair.
Okay, thanks. I think we'll move on. Mayor Paula.
Thank you. Quick questions. First of all, Casabella Lane, I'm just interested in that. I saw your promotion, looked very good. I'm always a little fond spot for Casabella. It was one of our first laneways. My question is about that. How is it faring under the sort of migration south of the CBD? And what's your view on the development of further laneways and still picking up that aspect of the CBD vibrancy? That's my first question.
answering now?
Yeah, and then I'll go to the others. And none of them are too hard.
So I'm enormously in favour of laneways and the vibrancy that they can bring to a city. I think they become sort of little pocket gems themselves of interest for people as they meander around a city and support other things like murals and streetscape and public realm. Casabella itself has changed in its initial offering of being very boutique-led to being a little bit more independent in its style, and now a lot more sort of united, but it's quite an eclectic mix down there, and but benefiting from the fact that Barton Street is doing well. So with Casabella and Barton, and then there's a few pockets of interest behind some on the opposite side of the road. Some developments that are sort of going backwards down there, heading toward Victoria Street. So again, it's creating good retail interest down there.
And you don't think they'll be further harmed by the focus on the? I'm hoping not,
No.
but the further focus. Okay.
I think there's a place for it.
The events money that you've been spending on our behalf and doing a really great job, how do you feel that's tracking in terms of what's the future of that look like?
So we've had an enormous number of events that we've been able to partner with or promote or bring into the CBD. So we're very happy with how that's running as a program of work. We've had the benefit of some festivals that have never been in here before now actually having some interest in being in the CBD, like the Hamilton Garden Arts Festival and like the Waikato River Festival. So I think it's tracking very well in the CBD being on the shopping list of a place to go, particularly Victoria and the River for the showpiece that it is, and Garden Place, obviously you can get a great number of people in there.
So I was interested in that because people complain about Garden Place more than other public spaces. It was absolutely chocker on Saturday, as it was the previous Children's Festival, and I've seen it chocker on a few other occasions. Hardly any room. In fact, we're spilling over into the side roads, right? So in terms of, don't want to open up the can of worms that is a Garden Place review, but what would improve... what would improve from a functionality, that space, going forward? Or do you see it as being what it is for the bigger events, or how do we maximise the opportunity that is Garden Place? Because Victoria's on the river is very niche, it's smaller.
Very much so, and so is Embassy Park in that same way, and I think Garden Place could benefit from being a bit more of a flexible space. So the thing with Garden Place is it can be so big that smaller events can appear quite cavernous in there, because the space can appear quite cavernous. So I think it would benefit from some flexible pieces in there that could be moved around to actually create smaller spaces or more intimate feel in there. Certainly tables, chairs, planter boxes, umbrellas.
Oh, I know what you feel about those.
Such an easy fix. Like, it's such an easy fix for a relatively small investment. You know, currently we have picnic tables in there that are not practical or remotely useful for people to use. Particularly if you're a person wearing a dress, you can't actually sit at a picnic table, and they're not particularly nice in terms of their upkeep and look. But there's only a few of them. You know, I think if we actually invested in having some tables and chairs, a lot more, that the space would be
Have you been talking with Jeremy from Creative Waikato around his views on the stage and the placement of the stage?
Yes.
And how people could have more visual access to the stage?
Yes.
Yeah, so you're supporting his thinking around that?
I would support that thinking if there was the ability to be able to recreate the space for the stage, primarily because for when performers are there at the peak of day is when you're staring into the sunlight. So unfortunately it doesn't actually have the best view, and it does cut the space in half, but without actually still providing access to the whole space.
Okay. And just final question, if I might, around the parking trial, which of course we're all looking at where we go forward in a transitional sense of how that moves forward. So you said quite clearly in answer to Mark's question that it needs to remain in that central area. Does that relate to the whole block from, say, Victoria Street North to Memorial Drive, or is that the CBD in particular that you're getting your feed from Barton Bryce Street through to Collingwood, say? Is it a smaller block, or is it the whole expanse? Because
I would suggest there's probably some flexibility around Hamilton North. I understand that doesn't really reach capacity down there. Certainly the centre of the CBD, I think having that flow of car parks, that well-monitored flow of car parks, should remain. And the hospitality end, or the southern end, again, that's a different time.
Different timing, yeah.
Different timing on that. And in saying that I think we should keep it, I don't think we should keep it forever, just to clarify that. I do think it has got a limited lifespan, but I think while other measures haven't been put in place, that is still needed to allow people the flexibility to come in and out of town without thinking about things like parking meters.
You'd be interested in, well, parking meters are a dead technology, but
that's
new
what we've got.
technology. Yeah, I know, but new technologies or transitioning into those. But you'd be interested in talking about how that transitions over the medium term?
Absolutely, yep.
Based on what you hear from your business members?
Definitely, yeah. And I think that you can take it out, but it is a better story or a better sell to be able to say this is in place.
And this is where we're going.
Yeah, rather than to stop something with nothing else changing, feels a little bit like we're taking something away from you as opposed to we are giving you something.
Okay, thank you. I love the picture.
Councillor Maxine.
Thanks very much, and thanks, Mayor Paula, for that line of questioning. I find that very interesting as well. I feel the tension often between the car parking and the cycling initiatives that Mark and other councillors would like to see us move towards, and I'm interested in modal transport shifts. Also interested in the introduction of traffic circulation plans, urban change around that, but mindful, of course, of that tension. How do you see the part that you could play in helping the business community to understand the real benefits of getting people out of cars and onto feet as an alternative?
I think that Bikes Welcome is probably quite a key part in that. So having spent some time with the people from Bikes Welcome in Wellington and understanding some of the research that they completed that has already been done around shopper buying behaviour on bikes versus cars, and what that can mean in terms of particularly benefits to the retail hospitality sector. I think it would be useful to be a conduit of that information out to the business community. And I think the opportunity to actually corral them to be spoken to, particularly the ones that will feel most impacted around the potential of losing any car parking spaces, we can certainly have a role to play in that. And also, I think advocating for, or speaking on behalf of the business community about what they would like to see. Things like bike lanes are great, or pedestrian areas are great, but actually, what is this looking to achieve? What are the plans going to be? And actually providing the opportunity for businesses to have their opportunity to provide feedback.
And in terms of that, are there ways to be able to transition these types of initiatives that, your visits to other cities in New Zealand and conferences overseas can bring back to help us with that? People do want to see data, especially
absolutely.
Businesses. They want that to be.
And there is a lot of it.
Yeah.
And, there is a lot of it available to be able to share, not just in written data, but in verbal summations about how different businesses have made that transition and what infrastructure has been put in place to enable that. I've certainly got access to a lot of that information.
And in terms of trials, rather than rip everything out and we're doing it tomorrow?
And I think that's probably one of the key things, is just trying some things without it necessarily being permanent measures. So there has been a lot of success with other places around doing short-term trials and gathering data from that and seeing impacts, and then either looking to how to create some permanence if it's positive, or changing and rescoping if it's not been positive, but looking at trials to actually inform some opinion, and rather than going straight in with permanent measures. Also the opportunity to look at timeframes. There's a lot of places that will do timings of, pedestrianisation from 9 till 3, or, no cars between this time and this time. So I think that there are those things to look at that aren't this is absolutely what it is like for 24 hours a day. It may be just that it's Monday to Friday between these hours. It could be this sort of thing.
Thanks. Thanks, Vanessa. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you. Councillor Robb, I'm not really wanting a financial question, that's all.
I'm not going to ask a financial question.
All right.
Thank you. I'll save those for the Finance Committee, shall I? Okay, my question's about the free parking trial, which has already been touched on by Mark and by Mayor Paula. And I note that tomorrow in our briefing we're going to be talking about the 2-hour free parking, but there's no detail as to what we'll be discussing. Are you participating in that discussion tomorrow?
No.
No, okay, well, I can ask you these questions then, I guess. The trial finishes, this trial finishes on the 30th of June.
Yes.
You've indicated that you don't think it's a good idea that we pull it away without putting something else in place. Do you have ideas as to what those alternatives might be?
Yes.
So should we be getting you in to share those with us?
I've shared many of them, but they're around that infrastructure sort of discussion, and it is around looking at things like park and rides. Is there spaces that can be created?
We've talked about those, haven't we, in those committee groups? Yeah.
Yes.
Yep.
And,
Okay.
dedicated bus lanes. You know, it's very well to try and transition people onto buses, but if you're going to be queued on a bus in the same way you're going to be queued in a car, but you don't have the flexibility on a bus with timeframes, it's very hard to sell it as a much better story than if this bus can actually get from A to B 15 minutes faster than you can get to A to B.
Then you can get into town and park and find your shop.
But we don't have those dedicated travel lanes. We don't have those linkages yet. And same thing with the pedestrianisation, that all of the bridges and access points into the CBD are looked at so that, for instance, Claudelands, there can be that direct walk across the bridge as opposed to trying to find your way through streets to get into town. So
Given my understanding that generally the 2-hour free trial has gone quite well for your members.
Yes.
And if we were to extend it, and I suspect that that's what we'll be discussing tomorrow, not a decision, but discussing the extension, is there an appetite, if it's been successful for your members, for the contribution that your members make to the free parking trial to increase? And I ask that because currently my recollection is it's about 170,000 of a $1 million plus, and look, it's up as high as 2.4 million, but it's somewhere in between $1 million and 2.4 million, which is what the cost per annum is of that free parking trial.
Yes, and I haven't asked the membership that, so I can't give an answer based on what they, based on receiving that feedback. What I will say to be mindful of is particularly the impact on the business economy at the moment, and some of the potential hardship, particularly in hospitality and retail, that will suffer along with other businesses quite significantly in those sectors, that the impact of coronavirus and what that's going to mean. I would be reluctant to say that there would be any appetite for an increase at the moment.
I would suspect that if you went and talked to retailers and hospitality operators, they would tell you how tough that segment is at the moment. And any cost, we've gone through where wages are increasing, all their inputs are going up. My personal view is if you went and talked to them, and I suggest you do, that they would find it pretty tough.
Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Rob. Good questions. I've just got a couple under future focus, and you touched on it, Vanessa, regarding amenity and upgrade and stuff. Have you, or can you, if you've already done it, provide a priority list, or this is the worst park bench in the city, can we remove this first, or with a bit of an inventory and that sort of thing? Is that?
Yes.
Yes, it's been done, or yes, you're able to?
Yes, I can provide that.
Oh, that would be helpful in terms of informing how we can best help you, or if we had a budget, we could allocate X.
Okay, I'm happy to put that together. I have some rough guides around that.
Thank you, because I'm sure you've got a better sense than anyone, I'm sure. HCBA will be advocating for a city attractiveness program of work that includes incorporating technology, etc. Can you explain the city attractiveness program and what's that mean?
So some of the discussion that I've had with different businesses is around attracting particularly an HR talent pool into the city, and one of the key things is making the city as attractive as possible to get people to move here, to get businesses to move here, to help with employment options. We don't currently have any particular selling brand of Hamilton City or the CBD. There has been videos done around Hamilton being a great place to work, live, play, which is pretty similar to what every other city has done, and you could substitute any other city or town name into that because we're all saying the same thing. What we have on our side is a very youthful population. We also have a very high-tech sector, and I believe that they should be utilised to actually sell the city, and that there are ways that we could be actually involving technology to be showcasing what can be seen, done, achieved in the CBD or in Hamilton City as a whole. That people could actually go and have a look from other countries or other places, that we could actually see Hamilton showcased with some great technology, like they do for tourism. There are some fantastic tourism operators who showcase their tours and things using high-tech ways of augmented reality or virtual reality, and I think the same should be done for the city.
Thank you. I look forward to seeing that come through in your next report. Moved by Councillor Mark. Mark Mangai Te Pora, you've come back.
Go ahead.
Can I just check, please, because the number of times that COVID-19 is coming up as a barrier to economic development, or that there's some consideration there, that we are working with businesses to get the right message out, which is we are low risk at the moment and we're in this keep out, stamp out phase, because it just seems that what's still seeping through is that there's a bit of a fear coming that we can't gather as people, or patronage goes down, or whatever is happening there.
Yes, and that is being felt by different businesses. You know, hospitality and retail in particular are two sectors that are hard sectors at the best of times, and this really isn't the best of times. So logically, we do know that we are low risk, but en masse, there is still concern in the public. There is still consideration when people are thinking about going out, when people are thinking about buying, when people are thinking about spending on non-essentials. It is a consideration at this time. So it's more highlighting that, not necessarily that the businesses themselves are scaremongering in that place.
So what can we, are there messages that we can get out there and just think, like, I think it's something that we actually really need to start driving, that we are low risk, and some practices around what close contact in cases.
So I don't have it to that specific detail, but certainly on the Te Waka site, that they have got information around business support that we have been putting out to our sectors as well.
Okay.
Do I have a seconder?
Just very briefly, Councillor Ewan said something really nice earlier on, and it's been resonating with me when he was talking about a job well done by previous councils, and you're talking about the New Zealand Foods arrangement, and I think this too is another one that deserves our praise. This arrangement that we have with the Central Business District, because if you look at another question that you had asked before was, what's your staff? And you said 2. It's been 2 as long as I can remember. And you know, we put a lot of money into these kind of arrangements, and they sort of balloon with staff. You've managed with just 2 staff, and what's more, the same 2 staff as long as I've been on council. So it's a real credit to you, and how you're managing that. So really, really well done. I love hearing the visions that you're talking about with regards Garden Place. You know, I'm very keen on the pop-up portable play, where we could work with you, where stuff can go up as a trial, and if it doesn't work, we move it. That's exciting. With that in mind, I'm excited about the bike parking, which hopefully we'll get there. The portable parks, which we can put into one place and move if that doesn't work. And I think we've got with change and with experimentation comes excitement. And comes a real sense of community ownership of that area. So it's really important. I think we've got the right people and the right tools in place to have a strongly beating heart in the centre of town. With regards to the parking, I take your point on board. It's not the final solution, as it were, when it comes to, poor choice of words, but when it comes to parking, you know, my vision, I would love to see perhaps we reduce the free parking option from 2 to 1 in certain areas, and increase it in Harwood Street or whatever it is to move things around. But we've got levers to pull. We don't have to just, like as you suggest, throw the baby out with the bathwater and take that offer away. So big ups to the bravery of the council who put that in place, and they knew full well that it wasn't going to last forever. But let's just be gentle with what we do next, I'd suggest. Really excited to see the vibrancy in the CBD. It's been a long time since I've actually heard someone say the CBD is dead. Now, you see it from the occasional person who hasn't been on Facebook for the last 10 years, but that's about it. You know, people are talking about up, not out, and it'll be interesting to see in 10 years' time if it is the Central Business District or the Central Accommodation District. We don't know what it's going to be, so it's exciting, but it's moving in the right way. But as council, we've got to be aware that, you know, the retailers and the hospitality area are not only dealing with coronavirus, they're dealing with Uber Eats, they're dealing with online shopping. It is tough in there, and if we want to have a strongly beating heart in our city, we've got to make sure the arteries are clean, and we keep pumping the good stuff in. So you're doing great. Thank you.
Thank you.
Speech of the day so far. Mayor Paula.
Goodness, that sets the bar then, doesn't it?
Well, no pressure. Go on.
Yeah, no. I'm just going to say a couple of thanks and ask a couple of questions, lay down a couple of challenges together. First of all, thank you very much for the work you've done in the events. Really liked the way that you've been able to spread those events over multiple public spaces, because my fear was always that we might enliven one and kill the others, and so I think all public spaces deserve the right attention. So thank you very much for that. We're very excited because we're coming to see you on Friday. Yeah, I think it's Friday. Yes. With the ambassador training. So that's a really awesome piece of team building for councillors. But more than that, it then enables us to kind of get an even greater enthusiasm for our CBD and to build off the great work that Jeff Taylor is doing in that vibrancy space. Couple of questions around, we've got the long-term plan coming up. You've flagged some things that you've been interested in around street furniture and the look of that, and also around flexible space. So my challenge is to you to find out some ways that, or request really, is to find out some ways that we can have better engagement with the CBD businesses than we previously have in the lead up to a long-term plan, so that it doesn't become about a submission to a final, to my proposal, Mayor Paula's proposal for the CBD, but it becomes a iterative process with the CBD and the wider council. So we need to do some thinking and talking, if that's okay, about how we do that with shared resources around that. I know you've got your events coming up, CBD. Give us a date.
For the awards?
Yep.
18th of November.
18th of November, so we're going to get that as a placeholder in councillors' diaries ASAP. Oh, have you? So I think that's really, really important, and thank you for your feedback on the parking. I'm also keen to explore with you some of the talk around pedestrianism, because I don't think we're there yet. Quite frankly, I think we're still a bit confused as to where pedestrians have predominance. I should be talking with you about this very space out the window here, which everybody knows I dislike. So we'll be going to looking for some fresh opportunities to work through that as well. So thanks very much for all that you do. Appreciate the conversations we have.
We might need a purple flag for a council economy, because we're going to be working into the night, I think. Councillor Dave.
Yeah, what he said. But the only other thing I would add is that I've seen lots of central CBD business-oriented organisations sort of come and go, and attempts by council to get things going, and attempts by others, and I'm very happy with the relationship that we have with the group that Vanessa and Mike lead, because I feel much more like we're in a partnership with the businesses in the CBD than we ever have been before, and that's a good feeling to have. And any issues we have, like councillors speaking out of turn, can be handled in-house. Oh, sorry, I wasn't looking at you particularly for that, Ewan. Now he wants to speak. God damn, silly.
Nearly free.
Councillor Ewan.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Look, I'm happy to receive the report, but I have to say that it makes it much easier if I have an understanding of the financials, and I didn't have that. But more importantly, we in council, and I think I was on council when we set up the mechanism for the bid, and the concept was for you to be the advocate for the revitalisation of the CBD. And my point would be, if you feel that certain furniture is required, etc., that's something that should be funded from the targeted rate. And it may be one of those scenarios where that we have to trim the cloth to fit. So that would just be my comment, that I don't apologise for asking the questions. I wanted to get clarity, and I look forward to seeing the set of accounts the next time this comes to this committee.
Thanks, Councillor Ewan, and I fully support your right to that visibility and transparency. I struggle to see the 150,000 odd left disappear on community infrastructure when it's not just used and limited by people in the CBD, but used via greater infrastructure. And CBD upgrade with the LED lights was an exciting project, but that benefits our whole city, not just those in the CBD, and the nightlife and the hospitality and safety and all that. So it does. There are multiplier effects that our dollar in the CBD has on our wider city and region. I also just want to acknowledge your work also with the NZIST and support, and it was great, and we had Te Waka in earlier, and how we can as a community, and picking up Councillor Dave's points, work together for the good of our city and region. So I just applaud your work there as well. Is there anyone else? I'll give Mark. Did you have a right of reply? No, I'm fine. Just don't want to offend you again. No, you can't beat what All right, we'll go to the vote. Is there any against receiving the report? Thank you. Received, accepted, unanimous. Be gone.
Thank you.
Tracy. We're on to item 11, Civic Financial Services. Moved by Councillor Robb. Thanks, Tracy.
So I'll just take the report as read. I'll just like to mention we have had obviously presentations today with sets of annual accounts. So Civic Financial Services has a different year end to most of the other CCOs that we've talked about today. So their year end is actually the end of December, and they are at the moment obviously working through their annual accounts and getting it audited, hence why you don't see that in the pack today. They will, however, be brought through to the 12th of May meeting. So I'm happy to take any questions.
No questions. Do we have a seconder? I'll second. Te Pora. Any debate? Mark, do you want to debate this? Carried unanimously. Thank you. Thanks, Tracy. Item 15, General Manager's Report.
I'm happy to take this one as read as well, and happy to take any questions.
I'm happy to move. Seconded by Councillor Ewan. Questions? Go to debate. Any against? Carried unanimously. Item 16, draft schedule of reports. Sorry.
Yep, voting's next.
We're coming up to it next. We're just doing H3 because it flips into H3 and the publicly excluded. Who's speaking to this? Are you talking to it, Jen?
No, governance. Happy to take it as read.
Any questions?
Can we make sure we have financial reports for everyone?
Yes.
Do you want to move that? You need a seconder, Dave. Okay. Any debate? Any against? Carried unanimously. Item 14, Sean.
This is the quarter one and quarter two report for, or the first and second quarters for the 1920 financial year. Normally, some of you will recall we do a quarterly report for the activities of H3 to the Finance Committee, but under the new committee structure, we're coming to the Economic Development Committee. The format of the report that you've received is pretty standard to what we've done in the past for the Finance Committee. I'm quite conscious of the fact that whilst we present our financial results up until the end of December in this period, that we still don't, and I think it'll be of interest to this committee particularly, we still don't actually report at all on the economic impact of what we do, or some of the other impacts in terms of the various well-beings, in terms of social activation and so forth. And that's a gap that we still have for the organisation or for this business in terms of how we monitor and report that and track it. And that's, to be blunt, it's basically an outcome of much earlier budget decisions because some of that economic reporting is quite expensive to obtain. We are still working to try and find a cost-effective solution to that, and I'd like to think that one day in the very near future we'll come through with more robust reporting on the sort of that economic impact that we're talking about, rather than some just general figures. So effectively, as a reminder, our purpose with H3 is to attract and deliver exceptional event experiences across our portfolio of venues. We've had a very, very busy 6 months, followed by what I would call a rapid fire of entry into activity for the early 2020 when it's been all going. That's primarily been driven by a number of sports events at the two stadiums. We are well on track to deliver against our KPIs for the 6 months. We've had just under 600 different types of events that we've catered to at our venues, total of 576 hire days, and over 260,000 people have attended these events of some sort. So we're quite proud of the fact that our utilisation is continuing to strengthen. But as I report every year or every quarter when I do this presentation, our mix of utilisation is always a bit fluid and it fluctuates. There's no standard patterns that we're following on the way through. Our forward book is particularly high as well, especially for meetings and conferencing activity. And to give you an example, for the month of May that's coming up, we have 25 events booked now. We have 82 hire days, and we're going to look after just under 30,000 people just in the month of May. So we've got a real pressure point, which is one of our hot issues that we have, is dealing with some peak periods during the year. If our business was flat right across a 12-month period, it would be very, very sweet, but it's not. It's full of highs and full of lows, which provides us with a bit of challenge. I won't go through specifically any detail on the paper that you've received. If you wouldn't mind, I'd like to play this video clip. I'm not sure how to turn it on, though, for you. I don't have a touch screen. So basically, HIN's conference late last year, it's the Health Informatics New Zealand conference that we hosted, and it's just a video that came to me last night that I thought I would quickly sneak in here, if I may, just to give you a bit of an idea of one sample conference that we've had. Oh, sorry about that. On the screen. Here we go. So that's just one conference, 5 days, 1,400 delegates. That meeting used just about every inch of space at the Claudelands facility. And we have a few of those each year. Quite often you don't even know they're here unless you drive past and see a whole lot of cars outside. And even then, you won't think there's that many cars because people are walking or taking taxis. And that is our goal. If we talk about economic impact, a conference like that, it might not be 26,000 people in a stadium for 2 or 3 hours, but a conference like that, you multiply the number of room nights and how much people will spend while they're here, it's actually pretty huge. And it actually, it's that sort of a conference that drives a lot of the business into Airbnb. From the discussion with Jason earlier on Hamilton Waikato tourism, hotels are full, knock on to motels, motels are full, knock on to Airbnb or book a batch. And that's where a lot of those people end up staying, if not Cambridge or slightly further afield. So we have a number of those sorts of events that are happening every year. A couple of things I would like to comment on as it related to previous presenters during the agenda today. First of all, rail was a question that came up. We have been in discussion with some of the major event organisations about how does rail fit for their customers. Simple answer, in the conferencing and meeting space, they're unsure, they're not used to it, it's a new paradigm, and we will keep working on it. When we talk to the sports codes, however, if we're talking to NZ Rugby or NZ Cricket for sporting events, they're very interested. That's something that we will be wanting to work with as the rail project gets ahead of steam, and we'll look at what opportunities do we have to do some packaging for those sports events, because to be honest, that gives us an opening for a market that we don't currently get out of Auckland. So I want you to be reassured that that is on our radar. The other thing I'd like to talk about is that you've had presentations from Hamilton Waikato Tourism, the airport, HCBA and others. Be assured that, including H3, we're all very joined up. We actually work with each other day by day, and there's a number of occasions where we form working parties on certain initiatives and so forth. So if you look at the Sevens, which is an easy example to use, the working party that makes the Sevens event happen beyond just the stadium itself comprises of Hamilton Waikato Tourism, HCBA, right from the get-go, right from the very start. So we can't actually, as council or as H3, stage those events without actually roping in the support of those other organisations. And I do want to assure you that we stay pretty joined up. So basically, in terms of some of the hot topics that we have ahead of us, revenue is always a hot topic for H3. It's a big part of what alleviates our budget and our cost to council. We're into maximising it, obviously, defending our margins. We continue to have competitive pressure, and that's sort of normal. And given the forward book position that we're in at the moment, we are starting to enjoy the ability to actually do a bit of dynamic pricing in terms of how we go. So I talked about those peak periods before. I want you to know that where we can, we do our best to maximise our earnings from those peak periods, and where we've got quiet times, we also do our best to get what business we can get, whilst at the same time still doing that sort of semi-commercial thing with sort of community-type users and making it easier for them to enter our types of venues. In terms of asset maintenance, I put that up as a hot topic on the slide. It's slightly different to the hot topics in the paper, but it is becoming a bit of an issue for us, not just the big ticket items, but day-to-day maintenance of our venues. They're expensive and costly, and we have suffered from a little bit of pressure on our financials on maintenance activity. Peak trading, I've talked to you about already in terms of what that means. From a management point of view, we're putting a lot of effort into what I would describe simplistically as workforce planning and asset planning in terms of, equipment and so forth. It's logistics. We're moving, 82 event days through Claudelands, for example. It's logistics. It's all about planning the movement of our people, of our labour, operations staff, event managers, and then all the various contractors, which is a really big number that's coming through. So in terms of the COVID-19 response, yes, we're well aware of that, and we're sort of like to think we have been working pretty hard on making sure that our venues are in as good a condition as possible to give people some degree of comfort and certainty that we have done all that we can do to make sure that they're healthy venues. And we have done a lot of work to up or increase the activity we're doing with regards cleaning the venues. The type of cleaning has been lifted a few notches. We will have cleaners on board during conferences that will be on site during the conference, just continually doing door handles and balustrades and tap handles and everything else. So we are sort of responding to that a little bit. There's a bit of nervousness out there, but we have not been hit specifically hard at this point in time. But there is nervousness out there, and everyone is sort of waiting to see what happens. It's a little bit like the airport company reporting that the domestic or regional passenger numbers within New Zealand in and out of Hamilton haven't really shifted yet, but they're going to. And so just be assured that we're on top of that. Happy to take any questions.
Thanks, Sean. Mayor Paula?
Thank you, Chair Hamilton. Just given it's a good news report, by the way, Sean, so thank you for that. Given the projections that we have for several, 2 or 3 at least, new hotels over the next 2 to 3 years, if all goes well in the construction sector, and given the massive lead-in that you have for big events, will that confidence mean we'll be able to go out after some of those bigger ones that haven't had the bed space, or will we see some lag in that? Do they want the actual things built before they believe that there's capacity, or can you? Because I know it takes 2 or 3 years for big conferences, right?
Yes, it can take 2 or 3 years, but to be fair, I believe our teams are in a position with the major conference organisers and some of the big organisations that have large conferences where we have pretty good day-to-day relationships almost with them. So we think that we can turn things pretty quickly. It comes back to some conference organisers have a big schedule well in advance, some are a little bit slower. So everything will be at a different time frame. But we've got access to our customer base, which is pretty comfortable at the moment. If it's a major chain and it's a known chain, the sort of hotel that's going to be built or come to Hamilton, they won't need to wait until it's been built to see what it's like. If it's a totally unknown brand or unknown hotelier, they'll want to wait and see. So it's a real mixed bag.
Okay.
Bearing in mind, as you said, it takes a number of years to actually open the doors. So we're still a few years, 2 or 3 years away, even if we have announcements tomorrow, for example, for those hotels to come in. And I also have to be mindful of the fact that we do have competition coming. We have a new convention centre being built in the heart of Christchurch. Many of you may well have seen the building. It's enormous. It's going to become a big, iconic structure, funded fully by central government. But we're going to have that pressure, that competitive pressure coming up in terms of facing that. So it'll be a bit of a mixed bag in terms of how that goes.
Okay, the other question I have, thank you, is two more short ones. In terms of that wider economic benefit, because obviously you've got greater returns on greater revenue than you expected across the sector this time, which is really good. But in terms of those wider economic benefits, which is where the conversation always goes when, this is what Claudelands cost us, what do we get for it? Have we got any metrics that are easy to grab around the wider benefit? I suppose you've got bed nights, but how do you extrapolate that out from the use of our Claudelands Stadium, etc.?
Yeah, look, we can do some figures, and we have had discussions over the years about this and about the validity of them. But we can say to you, right, we've got a conference, 1,400 people, like the one we use as an example. We know 1,000 of those people have come from out of town and are staying in commercial accommodation.
Yeah.
And we know they're here for, it might be a 5-day conference, but they might only be here for 4 nights. So we can multiply that. What's the average cost of a room? How much are they going to spend on hospitality? And we can sort of extrapolate those figures out. It's very dirty, sort of a way to do it. We're working with an organisation who's doing a centralised measurement system for all of the cities around New Zealand, where we can basically put in all the different factors into a model and come up with what we think is a well-sanitised economic return figure. That takes into account a lot of the input costs. So it's a bit like, you can say there's a business that turns over $300 million, but 280 million of that is actually from product that they've sourced from out of town and they send straight out. So the throughput's only 20 million. So we want to make sure we get a little bit of sort of accuracy there. But to be anyway like this statement, but to be honest, we just have simply struggled to find bandwidth and time to really put some energy into that. And I think it is a failure still on our part.
Okay, thank you. And the other question I have, and I don't know if I missed it when I was looking through the report, interested in the split between new and repeat customers, if you know what I mean. So you got the darts for the first time last year, and they're coming back, yeah?
Yes, they're coming back in all their glory. It
was a good event, but
yeah. Look, it depends on the types of events. So we have a lot of meetings and conferences, and we're getting really good repeat visitation. We're getting good return numbers, but they are always going to want to cycle out. So people will always sort of come and go. So it's a bit of a mix. Darts may do 2 seasons with us and then move on somewhere else, and they might come back in 2 or 3 years' time. And so it's I haven't got a stat of what's repeated or year on year versus what hasn't been with us for a wee while, but we've got good history now. I mean, Claudelands in particular and the H3 has been around for a few years, so we've got really good history with a lot of the customer base out there that we might not have seen for 4 or 5 years, but we're still on their radar and they're still going to come back.
yeah, no. So I suppose I get that and I understand
and
that.
we get new, and our teams are always out there looking for new opportunities, but it's a stat we haven't actually.
I just, going forward, I don't want to create extra work in people for counting, but it's something I'd be interested in knowing as we go forward, because I think you're right, you've done a really good job of repeat customers, whether they come every 2 years or once in a while. Most people go away with a favourable experience, right? So they're back sometime. And the interesting thing for us to make this thing, for the public point of view, return more and more is getting those new ones that have never used the stadium or Claudelands again. And I'm interested in that trend. Are people starting to go, oh, you know what, Claudelands is the best place, let's go there, or what's happening in that space?
Look, I can sound incredibly self-serving and tell you that is what people are saying, and it is, without a doubt. But there are other factors that take over. Let's go somewhere new. Let's do something for a bit of a change, or whatever. So we have a number of clients who have been very pragmatic in feeling that Claudelands in particular is ideal specifically for their type of business there. Therefore, they come back year after year. Others want to give their delegates the opportunity to rotate around, and so forth. The ones that we have challenges with are the big shows and the bigger events, say the Nitro Circus, the Disney on Ice, where they have their own bigger picture business plan in terms of how they rotate and circulate their performance or shows or events around New Zealand, let alone Australasia. And so there's quite often every reason for them to come to us, but they've got a bigger picture question mark going on. Equally, sometimes there are some events that come to us because we just happen to be in the right place at the right time. So
some good questions there, Mayor Paula. Can we come back to you can I just move on? Councillor Rob?
Yeah, thank you. I just want to follow on from Mayor Paula's questioning of Sean about measuring the economic benefit to the city. Is it possible that we can extrapolate some of the figures that Jason brings to us every 6 months? He reels off a very polished performance of how well Hamilton does in terms of using that whatever macroeconomic model he uses. And obviously a lot of that will revolve around activities that H3 are running within the city. So can we pull some of those figures apart and use some of his information to use as a reporting basis?
Yeah, look, we could, bearing in mind that Jason gets his figures from the mix of the Department of Statistics and MB, and there's a little bit of a question on the MB figures in terms of when you get into trying to bury into or drill into them in some detail in terms of how they actually sit. And yes, H3 or certainly Claudelands in that conferencing sector is a big chunk of the Hamilton share, but we need to remember there's a lot of other places in this town, the city and the surrounding region that also serve similar clients to us, not necessarily on the big scale. So how do you differentiate between some of those figures, and Mystery Creek, for example, with what they do, or some of the other hotels. So your point's well taken, but it comes back to just having that dedication and resource to actually bury into that.
So is it timely then, you know, I mean, I know you mentioned in your presentation that it's quite expensive to get this information.
Yeah.
Is it timely that Hamilton should now spend some money to get some robust stats that will tell us whether or not, and tell the rest of the community what sort of benefits we're getting out of the activity? Because we do hear on a regular basis, you know, the cost of Claudelands, the cost of the stadium, the cost of the cricket stadium and so forth. And if you can feed that back with something that's relatively recent and robust, then that helps quell the...
It's always been timely to have that conversation.
Yeah. So when you say it's expensive, is it?
Well, it's expensive in terms of cost, and then cost per event to do some evaluation.
Yeah, okay.
Which then goes into the bigger picture mix. But also the resourcing that's going to be required for us to actually gather the data. We actually have a lot of the data in our system, but it's just the resourcing of manipulating it and everything else. And I'm sorry to say this, but we just have not geared ourselves up with our resource. We run a pretty lean ship, and so we haven't geared ourselves up to do that as well as I would like.
So there's not a student doing a 529 paper or something that...
We've tried that.
You've tried that, okay, all right. Enough said. The other question I've got is around the financials, if I'm allowed to ask a question about the financials. We're pretty much, for the 6 months, on budget. The page number I've got is, I've lost it somehow now, hang on.
233?
I think it is 233, yeah. Yes, it is. And we're almost at the end of the next quarter, and I guess the last quarter of the year with the COVID-19 is probably going to be this surprise in the box as events start to get cancelled, and I've had one that was going to be next week at the stadium, which has been cancelled. So there will be a raft of events that will start to cancel out over the next few months. Are you confident, say, for the last 3 months, we're pretty much tracking on budget, and that the risk that we might fall below budget will be in that last quarter?
Yes, you're exactly right. That is where the risk will be in the last quarter. I would like to think, however, that given the fact that we have a bit of a buffer, because we've had a very good first half of the year, that at our operating level, where we're currently ahead of plan by 280,000, I'd like to think that'll be sufficient buffer for us to still achieve budget.
So your hope is that we will stay on budget?
Yes.
Even with the impact of the virus?
Yeah. The thing to remember, we have a pretty high cost of sale against all of our events, and we have a variable staffing model where we shrink and expand according to need, and we use a lot of casuals, we use a lot of contractors for services, so that gives us a degree of flexibility.
Okay, thank you. Thanks, Chair.
Councillor Dave.
Finally got you. One question, Sean, and thanks for the report, in relation to your rail comment early on and the sports responding well. Given that we, just looking at who's here, own some land quite close to Claudelands, just across the road.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. And Kiwi Rail owns the other land right alongside. Have you thought about the possibility of discussing with our staff and Kiwi Rail what a temporary landing platform might be in that space?
We haven't done it. We haven't spoken to Kiwi Rail directly ourselves for a long time. However, you may recall when I used to be responsible for the Municipal Endowment Fund and the properties, and that we did look at a potential sale of the land that you're talking about, which is adjacent to Claudelands alongside the railway line. And as a part of that discussion, it was very, very clear that first of all there's a wide easement that gives public access from Rockland Road onto the railway line. So that's always going to be untouchable. And then along the railway line, alongside the land that we own, there's sufficient width to allow for a platform. at the time, and this was several years ago now, we did talk to KiwiRail to say, do you have an interest for future protection? And they actually didn't really have a view or a comment, but it was made very clear to us by council at the time that no matter what we did with that land, we had to protect the access and ability for a passenger stopover there in whatever time frame into the future. So we're very aware of that. Not sure how much demand Claudelands would generate specifically for that sort of a service, which, given that it's close to town.
It could be for sports events, you see.
Could be.
Yeah, because the ones that aren't all concerts that aren't going over several days, are just a one-off 2 or 3 hours or something.
It's a matter of how that schedule fits.
But the point being that now that KiwiRail, back then KiwiRail didn't have anything to do with passengers. No. They didn't like passengers. No. Now they've been told by the government to like passengers.
But my understanding is that land is sacrosanct.
Cool.
And untouchable.
Well, is it worth just asking the staff who are involved with KiwiRail now, within the transportation unit, just to
follow up,
flag that up again?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, thanks.
I'll do that.
Councillor Maxine.
Love that, by the way. I'm up for trains, and that would be a pretty neat way to get to an event. My question really is exploring the possibility of disasters through COVID, and trying not to be hysterical over that, but to flip it around and look for potential opportunities that it might provide us as a local rather than international conferences that might be not supported now, but that we could be, and is there the potential to be proactively approaching providers or people that that might be in that opportunity space?
Yes, and we would and we will. Yeah, absolutely. When SARS happened, and this is in a different industry, I was quite involved in the New Zealand response on that, and in the tourism industry, basically, we actually gained some good business because of for some markets, our distance away from everything, but in others that are closer to home, like Australia, for example, they came to New Zealand. So New Zealand did pretty well. So there's exactly that sort of an opportunity, I think, for some conferencing and meeting activity that may decide not to go to the Gold Coast or Fiji, or even stay away from Auckland. But we've always got our antennae out on that, and our sales team, for example, despite what's going on at the moment, they're still doing their calls in Wellington next week, and they've been to Auckland this week, and so that'll continue.
Cool, thanks. That's all.
Okay, I'm happy to move. Thanks, Mangai Oli. We'll go into debate if there's no further questions. Is there any debate? Our motion is to receive the report, I believe. Yep. Any against? Carried unanimously. Resolution to exclude public. Moved by Councillor Ewan, seconded by Jeff. Be gone.